여보세요, 민경.
왜,
화면
왜?
너가 계속 하는 거야?
어.
그 마지막 파이널 스피치 때도 그거 화면 공유해줘.
그거 뭐 올려야 돼? 아, 마지막 그 슬라이드?
어,
아,
네.
어.
불리아는 어디 갔어?
아, 뭐지? 잠깐만, 내가 전화할까? 아, 언니 아까 나랑 계속 같이 있어.
Hello, and welcome to the final day of the Pioneers 2071 Question in the Next 50 Years conference, conducted by the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. The 2 days of the main rounds were tough. Yet, the most challenging part is to come today. The teams have been working hard on improving their proposals after the main round and preparing the final debate. We wish them best of luck in today's debate. Now, let us take a look at the timetable for today. All the times are in GMT +9, Korea Standard Time. We will start very soon at 10 a.m. with the debate in the division Environment, Pollution and Climate Change between the teams Greedy Green, Cardizo and Planet Earth. The debate will last for 2 hours. Next, after a 30-minute break, at 12:30 we will proceed to the presentation by the single team Alive that has signed up for the pandemic, the next outbreak scenario. The presentation and the follow-up questions from the MCs and the professors will take 1 hour. After another 30-minute break, at 2 p.m., we start the final debate in the division Education, Economics and AI between the teams Okai, Missing Semester, and Goosebrain. Now, please allow me to introduce the MCs for the final debates. Ashad Kamal Tasir, graduate student in the Department of Mechanical Engineering. He is the MC for the first and the second event today, which are respectively Environment, Pollution and Climate Change and Pandemic, the Next Outbreak. Ibrahim bin Yasser, graduate student in the Robotics Program, School of Electrical Engineering. He is the MC of the last event today, which is the debate in Education, Economics and AI division. Finally, after the debates at 4:40 p.m., the award and closing ceremony will take place and conclude the Pioneers 2071 conference.
Guys, why are we chatting? We can just talk here. Everybody's texting each other.
Don't know why. Sharish.
Sorry,
Off your
do
green
the thing
screen.
you did yesterday, okay?
할 말이 없어요.
Good morning, ladies and
Do the
gentlemen.
thing.
We are here today in the final debate session of Pioneers 2071 conference to question the next 50 years.
Ashad ko bandi mil gayi.
As we all very well know, our world currently faces multiple challenges. The danger of environmental catastrophe and adverse climatic changes is continuously looming over us. To overcome and address these future challenges, 9 worthy teams participated in Pioneers
Dude, what
2071
happened to his
conference
beard?
environment scenario, out of which 3
Forget
very
that, he's
capable
done
teams
makeup.
made it to today's final. I am Ashad, and it is my honor to be
He was
hosting this
forced,
debate
actually.
session today along with my assistant MC Siwan
He was
Choi.
forced to.
Also on
to
our
what?
adjudicating panel,
Do the
we
makeup.
have esteemed Professor Byung-ha Shin,
The people
who
were
is
like,
a
"You're
professor in
visible."
Department of Material Science KAIST and also the director of Energy Materials Lab at KAIST. Also, we have Professor So-Young Kim, who is associate professor and former head of Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy at KAIST. And lastly, we have Professor Seung-Yup Yu, who is a faculty member of Department of Chemistry, KI Nanocentury and National Nanofab Center, and also the director of Integrated Organics Electronics Lab. In the early 60s, a country, Greenland, originally relied for its economic prowess on its agricultural product and maintained an excellent air quality. But in the coming decades, a wave of industrialization ensues globally. But influenced by this industrial revolution, Greenland also begins to develop industry and gain rapid economic growth by establishing its industrial sector. Disregarding the impact of unclean energy on the environment, Greenland utilizes its fossil fuel reserves to cater for most of its energy needs. As a consequence, the carbon dioxide spewing chimneys from industrial complexes and unclean energy generation destroy the air quality of Greenland. Not only that, the country starts to experience adverse effects of climate change, with heat waves, flooding, and poor agricultural yield, which create a plethora of problems for the country Greenland. The current era is 2051. Meanwhile, the advanced countries worldwide realize the dangers of environmental pollution and global warming. Hence, a global pact named Daejeon Protocol is proposed by the world community, requiring all countries to cut their carbon dioxide emission by 60% in 10 years. All the teams had been provided detailed data set along with a scenario which highlights yearly economic as well as environmental attributes of Greenland, which these teams could use in addressing this imminent problematic scenario. The rules of this debate and engagement have been fairly elaborated beforehand to all the participants. Let's see what the teams have for us in store today. I have full confidence, hope, and high expectations from all the participants to give us all a constructive debate today and devise a smart and innovative way for us to overcome this imminent challenge. Before starting the presentations, I would request all the participants to keep viewing the screen shared by Pioneers 2071. Now, without further delay, I would like to invite our first team to present their proposal today, which is Team Greedy Green. Over to you, Greedy Green. Greedy Green, okay.
So may I start? May I start now?
Please, you may start.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mohyun Fong, and our team Greedy Green will present many solutions to solve the scenario problems today. For Greedy Green's policy, we have 3 main goals: make a clean, sustainable environment by reducing emissions, promote economic growth, and assure citizens' happiness. Now let me present you Greedy Green's policy. We will introduce 10 policies we designed. Our first policy is carbon emission trading system. In this cap-and-trade system, companies are only allowed to emit up to their possessed carbon emission allowances. Minimum carbon emission allowances are given to each company and the remainder is sold through auctioning. We expect that the companies will try to reduce carbon emission, look for alternative sources, and grow competitiveness in using energy efficiently. The government, in turn, will support companies trying to use alternative sources of energy. After 3 years of grace period, the government will reduce total carbon emission cap by 3% every year. Our second policy is differentiation of tax rate using ESG score. Companies will be evaluated by fully reflecting non-financial factors such as environment, society, and governance that affect corporate value and sustainability from a long-term perspective. We would like to propose a method in which the entity's tax rate is determined based on the final score obtained by weighted average after scoring on a fixed basis for various factors conceived in this ESG. In particular, reflecting the situation in Greenland, the higher the final grade of the relevant scores, the lower the tax the company can pay. This score can be higher if the environmental sector produces more eco-friendly and markets related to the environment. Our third solution is eco-friendly fuel economy. One of the core problems we have to solve is to reduce greenhouse gas emitted by cars. We seek to reduce emission by cars by only allowing cars that show certain energy efficiency measured by kilometer per liter to be on the market. Government will impose additional tax on the environmentally harmful fuels. The imposed tax will be used to support manufacturers that use alternative fuels like natural gas, ethanol, hydrogen, and electricity. Our fourth policy is trash bank and volume-based garbage system. We need a policy to increase recycling rate and recyclability and reduce garbage. For better recycling, we will install trash bank nationwide that uses barcode and AI that categorizes recyclable trash. Users will be incentivized by recycling, and we foresee the amount of recyclable products to increase when our second policy, ESG score, takes into action. Also, we will start volume-based garbage system, in which citizens should pay by the volume of disposed garbage. Citizens will naturally try to reduce garbage as much as possible. Policy number 5 targets the fashion industry. As it is the second biggest water consumption industry, its aim is to allow fashion industries to be responsible for gas emissions and strive to reduce emissions. The policy can be implemented by setting a concrete target and by making energy efficient improvements. By implementing this policy, brands will strive to adopt new ways to reduce emission and raise credibility, which will contribute to sustainable fashion. In policy number 6, we suggest the future of food and farming. Greenland is having a serious food crisis, so a major change is required in agriculture. The solution we found is edible insects and cultured meat. Both are reported to reduce the huge amount of grain feed, greenhouse gases, land use, and water compared to conventional meat. Some may find these food choices not preferable, but we believe a continuous campaign will change this point of view. By encouraging these kinds of alternative food, Greenland can change their agriculture eco-friendly. Seventh policy is about raw material and metal industry. The mining, power generation, and production processes will all become eco-friendly. It will use electric self-driving equipment to mine raw materials, prepare clean power generation facilities such as hydrogen, and refine and recycle pollutants generated during production. Through this, it can create a virtuous cycle structure that attracts more foreign capitals and prepares more eco-friendly facilities such as foreign capital. Policy number 8 suggests compulsory education for all. This policy is implemented to provide quality education regarding the environment that triggers environmental awareness of Greenland citizens. The policy can be implemented by making mandatory environmental course in school curriculum and vocational education, along with cooperation with environmental NGOs when creating educational programs. This will foster expertise equipped with problem-solving skills and halt global warming. In policy number 9, we focused on energy efficiency in 2 perspectives: electricity generation and electrical appliances. Managing energy efficiency is very important as the temperature rises and more energy is used for air conditioning in Greenland. For electricity generation, shifting coal-fired plants to CCPP is needed. Also, biomass fuel from recycling waste should be expanded. For electrical appliances, energy standards and mandatory labeling will be implemented. These policies are expected to reduce a lot of greenhouse gases and stabilize the overall energy prices, which will lead to a better situation to invest on other renewable sources gradually. The last policy is about popularizing VR capsules, which is part of our innovative ideas. VR capsules can reduce carbon emission and help people enjoy a reality-like virtual world in their homes. Also, VR devices can be utilized to extend the application of alternative food and education policies. Yet, several issues may arise, such as invasion of privacy or income inequality. To supplement this technology, proper policy, such as rental service or privacy protection, is required. This will eventually lead to the wide opportunity of accessing VR capsules. Now, let me toss the presentation to the innovator.
Hello, my name is Mingyang Kang, and I'll be introducing the main concepts of our 3 innovative ideas. The first idea is a virtual reality capsule that can promote virtual economic activities. Let's begin with a familiar story. You may all know about the movie Avatar that was released in the year 2009. In the movie, the main character uses a capsule to connect to his avatar in another reality. Inspired by this movie, we thought, how might we connect people to virtual reality instead? So here we present the VR capsule. As shown in the image, while the person is using the machine, nutrition and oxygen will be supplied. Unnecessary waste will be emitted through the outlet. To enable fully immersive experiences in the virtual reality, sophisticated sensing techniques are used. A brain stimulation generator on the user's head will give the user electrical triggers to simulate all senses like texture and taste. For the nutrition supply, food ingredients with less carbon footprint will be mainly used. For example, instead of beef and cheese that have the highest carbon footprints, insects can be used as an alternative for proteins. But don't worry, while receiving nutrition with no taste in real life, the user can actually enjoy a virtual taste in the virtual world. Using the capsule with the help of a built-in software, users will be able to continue their life in the virtual world. If successfully deployed in 2071, there can be many applications of the VR capsule. For example, there can be virtual offices. It will strengthen the knowledge economy in Greenland, especially the service, technology, and research domains. It will also reduce commuting. Or the virtual meal will initiate the new virtual food industry, including researches on tastes and virtual restaurants, while reducing the food storage existing in Greenland by cheaper nutrition ingredients. Also, as people consume less of food with high carbon footprints in reality, it will be environmentally helpful as well. We can offer virtual healthcare to citizens as well. Effective mental health care is possible in VR environments, as interactive simulations of numerous scenarios can, help patients face mental disorders and become free of them. Effective patient care is also a plus point, since VR can distract patients from their chronic pain, and patients in hospitals can interact with their family members. Lastly, people can enjoy virtual leisure from their home. Instead of merely spending time indoors, citizens can participate in social activities as if they were outside. It will promote happiness of Greenland citizens while activating virtual tourism economy. There will be less vehicles and flights for travel, which would greatly decrease the environmental burden. And by seeing clear blue sky in the virtual spaces, people will be more aware of environmental problems existent in the Greenland, leading to more eco-friendly actions. The second idea we came up with is the Green Dome for alleviating greenhouse gas emissions. Even though we tried to reduce the amount of using fossil fuels, 100% shift from it would be impossible. Here we thought of an idea to remove the carbon dioxide emitted from inevitably using fossil fuels. Our idea was influenced by the recent CO2 capturing technology, in which carbon dioxide from emissions will be caught by specially manufactured pipes and get put away in large-scale underground storage. Expanding on this idea, we have come with Green Dome, which adopts such technologies and expands on the CO2 capturing idea using a large-scale dome that can cover up areas with relatively high greenhouse gas emissions. The dome will capture the carbon dioxide from greenhouse gas emissions and transfer the molecules to the underground storage with special pipes. In the underground storage, we also plan to recycle the captured carbon dioxide. Using specially designed pipes, we can either simply let them get dissolved by reacting molecules with underground compounds, or transport these molecules into plants to recycle them as biofuels. With Green Dome, we plan to significantly reduce harmful carbon dioxide emissions and relieve the environmental issues in Greenland, not only by capturing the harmful CO2 gas from greenhouse gas emissions, but also by recycling it as renewable energy sources and biofuels. We envision to stop temperate climate of Greenland getting hotter and reduce fossil fuel usages in Greenland as a whole. The last idea is an app we named CoTrack, which supports eco-friendly companies. In reality, there's a wall between users and companies. Users often don't know how green some companies are, and companies often miss out on environmental factors when designing products for users. To solve this gap, we thought of a platform that would connect them together. Specifically, we needed a platform that increases environmental sensitivity of users and companies while they're getting some profits back as well. As a result, here comes the smartphone application CoTrack, which pushes every person and every company to be more eco-friendly. On the company side, the people of Greenland can vote for the greenest companies. Here, each company is rated from A+ to D- based on their ESG score, which was mentioned in our policy number 2. The first image here shows the screen where companies of primary industries are displayed with their grades. On its right, there is a company-specific page, in this case, Company A. Users can compare the EPS grades with other companies, and they're also given some points whenever they look up these companies, and they can also see the ETS scores, which are a measure of greenhouse gas emission introduced in our policy number 1. Such visualization can enhance the competition between companies, and those with many votes will gain positive promotion effects. For the users, they receive points when they vote for the companies and buy products of companies with high eco grades. Users can use these points when purchasing other products that the green companies have produced. To help the users find out the company information when shopping, the application provides a QR code scanner, which informs a user about the company and the product. On the right side here, you can see the user membership page, which shows the point status and the previously viewed items. In such ways, CoTrack will provide environmental information to users, and in return, users will encourage companies to be more eco-friendly. Consequently, the application will increase green awareness for both companies and people. Well, this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening. Remember, Team Green. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent presentation, Team Greedy Green. And now I would like to move on to the second team presenting their proposal today, which is Team Cardizo.
Shall we start?
You may start your presentation now.
Hello, I'm Atif, and together with Sorish, going to represent Team Cardizo. And we are expected to take your time and attention for the next 15 minutes to propose the solution, and I hope you enjoy this presentation. Next slide, please. First of all, here are the 6 topics in which we have divided our presentation, namely targeting the energy problem in 3 time window, that is long-term, short-term, and immediately viable. And next, Sorish will talk about green businesses, carbon goals, and welfare goals. So without any further ado, let's get into it. Next slide, please. All right, so let's look into how we are planning to reach the long-term energy goal. Before I start this part, I wanted you to tell that before we did this research in this area, we were not too optimistic about it, considering the current scenario and the pertinent fear surrounding the nuclear power in general. But after we looked into the current development and the feasibility, we were actually astonished, and therefore wanted you to look through the idea with us. So we are proposing to use thorium molten salt reactor, which compared to the traditional nuclear reactor are much safer and cost effective. The most crucial difference between two arises from the fact thorium MSR can be operated at atmospheric pressure, whereas traditional requires high pressure, which reduces the capital expenditure cost significantly. This difference is such that you can have two thorium reactor at a cost of one traditional power plant with spare money in your pocket to buy candies or whatever you want to buy. And also this results into these reactors having potential to be modular and standardized, which indeed reduces the fixed cost further and also reduces the licensing time and the cost associated with licensing. And indeed, a US institute have proposed they will realize this goal by 2030. Therefore, modular and standardization is the key element I want you to take away from this part, as it will play a crucial role in the viability of Greenland signing the Daejeon Protocol. And to add up, thorium is cheaper and more abundant than uranium as fuel. Further, due to the nuclear pathway associated with the thorium cycle, it is much easier for nuclear waste management and reduces nuclear weapon proliferation risk, thereby reducing the licensing time and cost. And indeed, this is the reason why countries earlier didn't implemented this, because they didn't have the incentive that they can produce nuclear weapon out of them. Next slide, please. For nuclear power, one of the hindrance has always been project financing. But with the thorium power plant, the cost compared to traditional power plant has already been reduced significantly, as I mentioned earlier. This also has two facets. First of all, the fixed cost is reduced, but also the operating cost related to fuel is being reduced due to the points mentioned in the slide itself. Here, we want the project financing for Greenland to have an equity financing as a solution to address public perception and the financing simultaneously. Through this process, citizens of Greenland can trade in for shares in the power plant, which can return in future with either earning as in normal share of a firm or enjoy electricity benefit as a member of company itself. Next slide, please. Okay, so in this slide, I wanted to show you numbers for the levelized cost of energy for thorium MSR compared to the other available sources in Greenland. And it is interesting to see that LCOE lies below even coal and can be further even have margin through carbon taxation. And the reference to this data is given below, which I will share later. And we found these results very astonishing. That's why this looks like a dream come true. And further, let's look into the potential market for this thorium power plant. And here you can see, like, the thing I want you to take away is that the biomass and the coal contributes to the 0.85% of the total energy source consumption ratio. Next slide, please. Now, looking at the carbon dioxide emission for the Greenland, we can see in 2050, the emission stands at 0.418 gigaton. And as I said earlier, carbon-based source energy results into 0.85 of the total emission. And as these cannot be only source of generating carbon dioxide, hence to make our value more logical, we are attributing only 80% of this to be contributing to emissions, whereas the other being coming from either transportation, farming, or the other sources. And by performing the calculation, as you can see on the right side below, we have the approximate emissions to be at 0.284 gigaton. Next slide, please. All right, so we have our policy number 5, and this policy is to provide support to realize the thorium reactor within the time frame and the targets the same as mentioned earlier, which includes standardization and modularization, which accelerates Greenland to build their thorium reactor farms more easily and cost effectively. Next, please. Now, let's move into the short-term solution, which can be implemented while our thorium power plants are being developed. Next slide, please. Okay, so by looking at the emission graph of the OECD total, you can see a downward trend of emission, whereas for the emissions of the low-income countries, we can see an upward trend. Also, the range for OECD country is half of the low-income countries. And if we compound this data with the data about the percentage share of Greenland contributing to the low-income country, we can see the increasing carbon dioxide emissions, and it's rapidly increasing for the Greenland itself. Therefore, there is a need for a short-term solution to curb carbon dioxide emissions. Next slide, please. Our innovation to target this issue by introducing hydrogen blend to reduce carbon emission while keeping the capital expenditure low and simultaneously increasing the calorific value for heavy industry and commercial vehicle. Secondly, we target to have long haul transportation to switch to the hydrogen base so that they have economic incentive in the long run, and also they will be switching to something green. Next slide, please. This slide is taken from the research done by the Australian Committee for Hydrogen Research, and they are predicting that in 2050, the share for hydrogen will be going to the transport industry. So this is kind of a backing which is doing for our short-term solution. And how is it a necessity for the future transport? Next slide, please. Apart from calorific value and the greenhouses effect, also the hydrogen is a great alternative from the safety perspective. As you can see in the left corner, there is two vehicles simultaneously kept, hydrogen vehicle and a vehicle with a gasoline. So you can see within the same 2 minutes 40 seconds, the vehicle with gasoline turns into fire, whereas in the hydrogen vehicle itself, it just like the hydrogen escapes because of its low density. And one more thing about the hydrogen we want to keep in mind is that we have a green hydrogen where it has a zero carbon or least carbon possible footprint overall. Therefore, we want to use solar power plants to fuel this thing. And also we want to keep as a substitute until the thorium power plant come into action. Next slide, please. To assist with the innovation just talked earlier, Policy 1 focuses on the commercial vehicle being electrified or industrial vehicle using the hydrogen alternative, and therefore cutting the emission caused by the transportation and commercial sector. Next slide. Now let's look into the immediate viable solution. So next slide. So the Greenland population is mostly tertiary industry, which means they are indoors based. Hence, air purifying and cooling would be necessary. As you can see, the increase in temperature and pollution level would lead to increase in energy consumption. Next slide. Oh yes. Therefore, enough through this policy, we can reduce the load on the current carbon-based energy infrastructure, which helps with the emission, while we can shift our source of energy to thorium. Here, the first, we provide solar panel subsidy to individual and corporate firms to save on their energy bills. And solar panels are expected to be cheaper and more efficient as more research is going on in this field. And in the past 1 decade, we have achieved a lot. And the second idea is using air purifier, where we can use Spanish mosses, which can filter up to 69% of the fine dust. Now, Soresh will take care from it.
So talking about green businesses, the main aim of setting up green businesses is to act for them as a secondary option for the country to help improve their environment. Next. The most important and the most easiest green business to set up for Greenland will be oyster farming. It is said that a single oyster can filter over 15 gallons of water a day, and a small farm can clean up to 100 gallons of water. The oyster farm will not only remove harmful, the previous slide. The oyster farm will not only remove harmful pollutants, but it also releases heavy metals in the water. So the oyster farming will help solve 3 problems that Greenland faces currently. It will not only help purify the water, the excess of the produce from the farm can be exported to countries like US, where the demand is high. So then Greenland can involve in international trade and help improve its economy. Also, it is a healthy source of food, so it can be used as another food item to help solve the scarcity of the food that Greenland is facing. Next. The second green business is AI consultancy. The main aim of this is to help businesses that are transforming towards a greener option, to give them backing through data and through measurements, to give them a better understanding of what all ways and what all operations are to be done and what all resources are to be applied where, so that they have lesser emissions and they can fit into the limit. Next. The third green business is of using plant air purifiers. The main aim behind this is to remove electricity or using machinery and instead use modified plants such as Barberton daisy and English ivy, which are easy to grow that can be used as purifiers. Next slide. The policy that will help in the development of green businesses is a third policy, which is the incentivization of green businesses. This can be done mainly by three ways. One can be through government subsidies and easier taxes, which makes it very easy for the businesses to be set up. The government can secondly give administrative help in running these businesses. And also it can help set up special economic zones with high priority for such businesses. The main aim of this policy is to make these businesses more lucrative and easy to run and set up so that more people actually invest in them. Next. Now, talking about carbon goals, next slide. The main aim of these goals will be to help Greenland follow the Daejeon Protocol. So our policy number 10 is the formation of Carbon Reduction Institute. The main aim of this will be to standardize carbon measuring and reduction methods. One of the main problems that a country faces is that it does not have a standardized measuring unit of all the emissions from the businesses. Also, this institute will act as a strict carbon auditing center so that it can keep all the businesses in check about whether they're releasing or whether they're in limit or not. Next. Policy number 2 is for desensitization of fossil fuel and incentivization of clean energy. The main aim of this is to make fossil fuel energy more expensive to use, which can be done through higher carbon taxing and congestion pricing, which was seen in Singapore. Furthermore, the government should implement a part of the budget in green energy projects and invest in next generation technology, which in the future will make sure that these renewable resources or other energy sources are more available and affordable for the people. Next. Talking about the last policy, public advocacy. Although it is simple, it is important that people should be aware of their actions and the effects of their actions. The complete transparency of advantages and disadvantages should be there of what all energy resources they use. There should be the misconceptions and myths about all the energy sources should be tackled so that the people are more informed about their life choices. Next. Talking about welfare goals, we looked into all the solutions. It is now important to look into how the welfare goals of the society should be maintained. So we have policy for agriculture revival, which focuses in building caissons, which are tightly controlled glass greenhouses for highly rich arable land. There is a policy for water management, which includes building dams to be able to regain the lost land and building freshwater reservoirs. Also, there's a policy for forming a welfare association, which aims in keeping the sanity of the entire society during these difficult times. Next slide. To sum everything up, next slide. These are the 10 policies and the 3 innovations that team has proposed. Next slide. And the timeline that we propose that all the solutions will be implemented is as you can see, but the main thing that should be focused on is the MSR implementation, which we believe should be done within 8 years from 2051. The reason why we are just focusing on the MSR will be discussed by Atif in the upcoming slides.
All right, so let's look into the last part of presentation, which is conclusion and Daejeon protocol itself. Next slide, please. So we need a country which is ready to adapt and put in work to transform their life for better. And that's why we propose 3-facet solution, which is immediate, long-term, and short-term. So I think by this, we can sign the Daejeon protocol. And to convince you better, let's look into the numbers. Next slide, please. So here we are considering just only the thorium power plant. And here you can see the numbers of the Greenland emissions at 2050. And
that
you can see
concludes your
the
time for the
calculations
presentation, Team Cardizo.
Yeah, just 30
All right,
seconds, please.
wind it up quickly, please.
So the reduction in the emissions by doing such calculation, we are left with 66%, which is more than what we expect from the 60%. Hence, we are left with a surplus of 6%. And furthermore, KAIST, the agriculture policy, hydrogen alternative are not yet considered into account, which can further reduce the emission up to 10 to 15%, giving more room to the economic development while reducing the carbon dioxide emission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very unique, innovative idea to counter this energy production problem and reduction in carbon dioxide goal. We would move on to the third and last presentation for today, which is Team Planet Earth.
Can you guys see the slide?
Yes, we can view the slide.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 sec. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good night, everybody. Master of Ceremony, professors, and fellow debaters. My name is Felicia, and my friend's name is Adeline. We are representatives from Planet Earth, and we are here to present our solutions to save a nation in flames. So right away, we're going to jump into our first policy, which is in regards to energy. So what we plan to do is we want to introduce a microalgae cultivation project 2050, where we will be relying on microalgae as compared to the traditional plant-based biodiesel. And how we're going to go about this is that one, government is going to start independent projects on this microalgae cultivation, and we will also be mandating industries with the red pollution alert to also adopt the program. And you may ask, like, why microalgae? Well, there's a number of reasons why. The first one is that microalgae does not produce carbon, so it's not going to add to the carbon emission problem that is already in Greenland. It also produces twice as much as energy as terrestrial plants. Also, they don't really need land per se because they can be grown in places that plants can't normally, such as waste and also places with high salinity. And it's very cost effective. As you can see at the lower bottom right of the slide, that is the cost of the device that will be needed to cultivate the microalgae. And keep in mind, this is a step-by-step process. So microalgae is going to be the first thing that we're going to do. And as this policy and our other policies work together to press down on the carbon emission in Greenland, we're going to introduce other alternative sources of energy, such as solar, and then wind and wave turbine. Next. So we also have the agriculture policy, and we have 3 policies under this. So the first one is the Organic Farmer Training Committee, where we want to train farmers on organic farming methods, and we're going to rely on experienced organic farmers, soil scientists, and plant biologists, and we will give them incentives so that they would actually complete the program. This is a very long-term gradual change program. Also, the second one is the Healthy Commodity Team, where we want to incentivize farmers to grow nutritious and essential crops. Hopefully that could help out with the food scarcity issue and malnutrition issue in Greenland. And also we want to provide cash and incentives and loans to farmers so that they would be encouraged to shift the use of land from livestock to crops. And lastly, we want to introduce a community gardens using a hydroponic system. And so the government is going to subsidize the cost of installing a hydroponic system and establish a monthly subscription. We're going to install this hydroponic system in low-income areas so that people who may have less access to first produce, they can have this. So it's a very, it's a fast, short-term solution to the food scarcity. And next, Adeline.
Okay, so in regards to food, food is a necessary aspect of human life. So it is our top priority to ensure that every Greenland citizen has access to adequate food and nutrition. With the food crisis, citizens living below the poverty line are most vulnerable to malnutrition and lack of food due to not having the capability to afford it. Our food policies aim to, first of all, cater to the food needs of people from all walks of life. Second, manage the food crisis by implementing policies that will help lower the price of food products. And third, create changes in the food industry to ensure that Greenland is moving towards a self-sustainable future. For example, the introduction of the Bureau of Logistics will help small farmers sell their crops in the market at reasonable prices instead of those that have been lowered to maximize profit on the distributor side. This way, farmers will get a living wage and consumers will also get lower prices on their food products. Next slide, please. Now, for health. The high levels of air pollution in Greenland creates countless health problems that need to be dealt with immediately. It's true that respiratory disease numbers won't go down if air pollution itself doesn't go down, but it doesn't mean that health issues are the least of our worries. In fact, it takes priority. In the medical field, there's a saying that goes better to prevent than to treat. So our policies will involve the education of citizens with means of prevention. If citizens know how to identify symptoms and take themselves to the hospitals before it's too late, if they're aware of the prevention methods of these diseases, and if they understand that it's safer to stay inside during these tumultuous times, malaria, dengue fever, and respiratory diseases from the air pollution won't be hard to overcome. Again, next slide, please. Yeah, the people's health and well-being takes priority, which is why we're introducing such an extensive health policy. On pregnancies, raising children during this difficult time is less than ideal, which is why we're bringing in Planned Parenthood. We're educating citizens on the dangers of raising children when air pollution levels are so high, and we're encouraging contraceptive devices to curb pregnancy rates. Citizens will be educated on the benefits of plant-based diet consisting of staple foods so that they can continue to get access to adequate nutrition at lower prices in order for us to curb malnutrition. The government is, of course, helping them with their food, but it's also a very good thing for citizens to be knowledgeable on their consumption. Rational consumption doesn't just help an individual, but the collective whole. Greenland's mental health is also important, which is why our mental health program is extensive as well. We aim to first destigmatize people's views on getting psychological help, and then provide psychological help for citizens that might not have access to them. Next slide. Conservation. It's an essential step in our fight against climate change. So we're bringing in protectionist measures so that whatever we have left will be protected. Conservation parks will be built, providing space for citizens to enjoy the beauty of Greenland's local flora-fauna diversity, while at the same time creating specific spaces that will be geared towards being exclusively for conservation and research purposes. One of the programs we've already thought about is the creation of mangrove reserves to, first of all, stop erosion, and secondly, create an ocean ecosystem that we hope will bring Greenland's ocean life back to its prime. There's also the 1-2 Tree program, where we aim to hold Greenland's logging industry accountable by mandating that for every tree they cut down, they must plant 2 more. This will in turn also help with the deforestation Greenland is experiencing. Next slide, please. Now, on the economy. Our economic policies are provided to gear towards funding for the various large-scale but essential transformations in Greenland. Mandatory CSR will be introduced to induce investment in Greenland's renewable energy programs, which won't be just microalgae, as my friend Felicia has mentioned, but future projects as well. We'll make Greenland a more FDI-friendly country specifically for green businesses. We'll be heavily taxing environmentally hostile products like private vehicles, tobacco, and fuel. It won't just help fund the large projects, but minimizes the uses of these harmful products. Sanctions will be imposed to companies that don't dispose of their industrial waste properly. Import tariffs will be placed for electronic products to boost Greenland's domestic economy, and fossil fuel and mineral production will be regulated to strictly provide for just domestic demand. So no exportation of these commodities will continue to cut down on the air pollution produced by mining activities. Now, these policies, though they seem extreme, are essential and quite reasonable if we want Greenland to be carbon neutral within 10 years. Becoming carbon neutral is no easy feat, which is why we've come here in the first place. If it was easy, we wouldn't have this discussion. And it's been shown throughout history that extreme policies that, like the ones that we're proposing, such as the protectionist policies for electronics industry, have helped countless countries in entering their developed stage. Take the UK and America, for example. Before becoming a free trade nation, they first implemented rigorous protectionist policies to boost their local economy. Next slide. Now on natural disaster management. Natural disasters are a big issue that Greenland now faces, so it gets its very own policy to deal with it as well. Crisis centers in disaster-prone areas will be built so as to provide help for victims of natural disasters more efficiently. These centers will be equipped with the necessary equipment to deal with trauma injuries like first aid kits, gurneys, and oxygen tanks. Socialization on owning emergency bags is also important due to the unpredictable nature of natural disasters. In the case that victims are displaced, they'll at least have a bag of essentials to help them survive for a short period of time before help comes. And an Amber Alert system will be introduced so that citizens are warned of imminent danger so they'll be able to evacuate when needed. Next slide.
Okay, moving on to our foreign policy. So we have some foreign policies to help out with all the programs that we're doing. The first one is that a new Dayton Protocol multilateral talk. So what we mean by this is that we will agree to abide to the protocol so long as they allow us to have a say in it. And if they do agree with that, we want to propose a new goal, which is 15% of carbon emission reduction in 10 years. That is not only going to represent Greenland's circumstances, but also the circumstances of other developing countries. We also plan to propose a treaty of cooperation on R&D so that countries who are in this treaty, we can share insights on innovation, technology, research, and so on, so that we can tackle our collective problem together. We also plan to introduce a treaty on economic aid so that developed countries can help us with the fundings of our infrastructure changes. We also plan to propose to join the international food trade to help with the food scarcity issue while we conduct these agricultural changes locally, and also invite investments from other countries on clean development mechanism so that they could help with the funding as well. Next is our climate change policy, which is basically a reiteration on some of the things that we've heard, like the carbon emission reduction by 15%, drawing clean development mechanism projects, commitment to develop clean renewable energy, and so on. And now for our two innovations. So we have a lot of things going on the macro level. We haven't introduced much on the micro level, and this is going to be one of them. So the Save to Be Safe campaign, it is a campaign to mobilize a nationwide effort to conserve energy in homes and offices. And our key message is we want everybody to conserve their energy consumption to lower the air pollution produced by our fossil fuel plants. And there's going to be 3 strategies under this campaign. The first one is produce engaging PSA. This is going to be very educative and informative, and it tries to raise awareness as well to our problem. But the most important part is the second one. It's a hashtag Save to Be Safe challenge. So we want to challenge the public to lower monthly home or office electricity use. And we're going to ask them to support us by doing the challenge. And if they succeed, put a sign at the door of their apartment, home, office, detailing how much electricity use they've lowered. The purpose is to make the conversation salient and increase social pressure so that people will actually be doing it. And also intensive local media outreach, where we plan to generate stories. We plan to generate stories and articles written on energy conservation. And for our last innovation, it is a food club nonprofit. So you can think of this as a food relief charity or like the food pantry. So what we want to do is we want to connect hotels, restaurants, cafes, bakeries, grocery stores, and the food industries to the people in need. So our goal is, of course, to reduce the food waste and tackle food insecurity, and also facilitate the F&B industry to take part in this collective problem in helping Greenland and conduct CSR. And how we do this is we have an app that will connect us to the hotels, restaurants, cafes, bakeries, grocery stores, etc. to help with the communications, particularly when it comes to restaurant, cafes, and bakeries, because they may need to update their stock daily. And depending on the kind of food that we receive, for example, if we receive meals, then we're going to have to be able to distribute those meals immediately to people in need. When it comes to maybe fresh produce, like fruits and so on, maybe we will have a storage. So, and we're going to ask volunteers to help us with this problem. So you may be wondering, why does a lot of our policies involve food and health and so on? The thing is, if we want to talk about sustainability and tackling a collective problem, is because climate change, you can't do it without the people. That's the most important thing. We can't do it without the people. If you focus too much on technology and innovation, that's great. But if you don't bring up the people and the low-income folks, it's not going to work out. So that's why right now, why a lot of climate change policies are not very effective, because they forget the people who are not in the right financial place to be able to participate in that project. So that's why what we want to do, so we want to improve the quality of life of the people first. And then of course, we are going to implement collective responsibility. That is going to be our the core of our strategies. And in the long run, we plan to achieve sustainability. So that concludes our presentation. I hope that is informative and helpful, and that shows our solutions well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Planet Earth. And I would like to express that the efforts put in by all the participants in formulating these ideas and strategies to deal with these issues that Greenland is facing are very commendable. Now we will move on to a 10 minutes break in which the teams can deliberate among each other to prepare themselves for the question answer session, after which we will begin the question answer session.
Cheers.
Not enough time?
기가 헤르츠.
And
Yes.
ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I would like to request the participants to kindly mute themselves. Now we are about to begin the question answer session for this final debate here today. And I would like to open the question answer session with a leading question to Team Planet Earth. I'd like to talk about your proposal for alternate energy and your carbon dioxide emission target reduction that is 15% in the span of 10 years. Now, that is a minimalistic target that you have proposed that is achievable for Greenland. And in the meanwhile, you say in your first policy as alternative energy source, microalgae project, and it says that microalgae cultivation technique via tubular photobioreactors and open raceway pounds for large-scale biodiesel production to replace 50% of fuel used in Greenland. So if this microalgae alternate energy source is scalable, why not go for a higher carbon dioxide emission reduction target? Because this target is set keeping in mind the deteriorating health of Greenland citizen itself. So if we stick to a minimalistic target of 15%, what about the people who suffer from poor air quality and respiratory disease and other issues thus caused? Your answer, please.
All right, I would like to answer this question, if it's okay. Okay, so the matter with reducing the carbon emissions in our atmosphere is that we cannot quantify it as much as possible. So what we do is, why we set 15% is because it's the minimum. We set it as a benchmark, but we believe that we can pass that 15% benchmark through our microalgae project, to our clean development mechanism project, and through our various projects that about the Conservation Act. Now, we believe that when we deal with climate change, it's about it's not only about the technology, but we need to conserve what we have. We could need to conserve our resources, such as our forests, and also we need to limit the usage of energy, and also we need to limit the industries to operate in such manner. That's my answer. Thank you.
Team Planet Earth, you still have 1 minute left, so if anyone wants to add on to the answer, you may go on.
I have something to add. So we also made that policies in consideration of all the developing countries. So we think that achieving a minimum amount of target is possible for so that like more countries will be able to join the Stage 1 protocol, which I think will bring a good result in the long run. And also like what Joshua just said previously, we're planning to work increasingly in terms of this target. So like even if we start with 15%, it may go up slowly as time passes, because like we think like for developing countries it is quite difficult to set the target to be like super high to like 60%. So yeah, that's what we thought.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And now I would like to move on to the second team who presented today. And my question to them is rather a bit technical. They talked about their innovative idea first about molten thorium salt reactor. Can you elaborate a little bit about the maximum capacity of such power plants in the current state of art technology being employed worldwide, or exemplify the mass producibility of these plants? And furthermore, as far as thorium molten salt reactors are concerned, can you discuss in detail about the fissile nature of thorium, or does it need to be enriched by neutron bombardment before it becomes fissile? Your answer, please.
All right. So first of all, your question was about the capacity of the thorium reactor. So we read about a paper in the Science Direct, and they were talking about the current uh, structure for using like it was like 500 megawatt to up to 1 gigawatt potential energy, and that's how we did the cost estimation as well. So the range it ranges from 500 to 1,000 megawatt, but at the same time we need more modularization, standardization. So it need more research which of this can be optimal and which particular energy target can be achieved to be satisfying the both the needs. And furthermore, you asked about enrichment itself. So it is required, like when you're using thorium, you need uranium at the end, so to make it fissile, and then it works like that. And Adeep can further talk about it after me. So this was my answer, and Adeep can talk more about it.
Thank you, Atif. So yeah, like as what the MC mentioned is correct. Thorium in itself is not fissile, but it requires nuclear bombardment to make it fissile. But once it starts going, like, the cycle keeps on continuing. So you don't need further. You don't need to start the reaction once again. Hope that answers the question.
Yep. Thank you for your answer. And now I have my question to the first team who presented, Team Greedy Green. And my question is regarding the innovative idea of virtual reality pod, sleeping pod that were proposed in your proposal. I see that there is no mention of Dajon protocol and timeline to achieve the carbon dioxide emission target. And one other thing about, because we have to sustain industry and industrial operations for economic growth and progress of Greenland. So that means that we essentially have population going on about in industry and working, so they have carbon footprint nonetheless. And no vehicle and no flights, that's something that's not achievable because a major portion of people who travel are business trips, and industries operating, they essentially have intercompany businesses. So what is the efficacy of this virtual pods when we essentially need a food chain to survive and sustain outside, and for that food chain we need people to go out there and actually work? Your answer, please.
Thank you for the question. And our assumptions about the VR capsule is that the technology is already available in the outside countries, so that we can import the technologies from the outside countries and directly apply to the consumers. And for the actual economic chain in the real world, we actually presented the example like the virtual workspaces and the virtual traveling, which enables people to gather in the virtual spaces and do the work in the virtual reality. For the except the manufacturing companies, but like the companies in the knowledge economy, whose works are mainly consist of computer working and the meetings and idea sharings, we believe that such works and industries can be done in the virtual spaces, reducing the environmental burden while achieving the economic goals. Yeah.
Thank you for your answer. And now
can I add something for our policy?
Yeah,
actually,
sure, go on.
Actually, you mentioned that we are plan to eliminate all the vehicles, but that's not true. We suggesting changing all the vehicles into electrical vehicles, and we have grace period for that. We also mentioned in our presentation. And for reducing emissions, as we presented, we have ETS, emission trading system. Will reduce 3% total copper K yearly after 3 years of grace period. Also, we have ESG scores and other specific detailed policies for all industries. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for elaborating further. Now, I would like to ask Planet Earth. In your written solution here, there's no mention of budget reallocation, but for the initiatives, whether be it solar or wind power or investing in the microalgae, the government needs excessive funding. So without any budget reallocation, how do you propose the government undertaking these projects would be viable?
We're promoting more on like what Felicia said, collective responsibility. So the reason why carbon emissions are at such high rates in the first place is because of massive industrial work. So we're holding these large companies and corporations accountable by creating mandatory CSR that will encourage large corporations to invest into Greenland's renewable energy programs. We're also bringing in green businesses through our FDI initiative. And if needed, we'd be taking funds from the World Bank because we truly believe that creating a renewable energy source is our top priority. And our plans are feasible enough in the coming future. So we believe that taking a loan from the World Bank would be a wise choice if needed. That's how we're going to fund for the renewable energy programs. I hope that answers your question.
I would like to add something to it.
Please go ahead.
Just like I mentioned earlier on the green development projects. So if we are all aware of green development projects, it's actually where developed countries, they invest in clean projects in the developed countries. So we attract foreign direct investment from the developed countries to Greenland to add more capital to our research on the microalgae project. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And now my next question is to Team Cardizo. They mentioned something about hydrogen source for their short-term energy goals. I'd like to ask the main source for hydrogen being used as an alternative. So what would be the main source of hydrogen being achieved here?
So I would like to answer your question. So basically, we are targeting a combination of solar, wind, and other source of renewable sources at first to have the green energy as our targeted measure for zero carbon or the at least minimum carbon. And at the same time, as I just mentioned earlier as well, like we are looking for thorium reactors to come into reality, and we are mostly in the long term deciding upon that. And for the solar panel, you must have a question about its efficiency and how much is it viable. So currently in the last decade, we have come across a lot of innovation in the solar panel itself. And this has been continuously growing. And therefore we expect by the year 2030 as well, the efficiency will increase much better. And we can, that's why justify using it as a source to extract hydrogen with minimal carbon footprint. I hope that answers your question.
Now, my next question, before I open the question answer session for the participants and professors, would be to the team Greedy Green. My question is regarding the food chain sustainability in the real world. To cater for, even for insect farming, we need an environment which is sustainable enough and clean enough. And without initiatives to clean the environment and reduce carbon dioxide emission and reverse this global warming effect, we will not be successful in farming insects for providing this kind of alternative edible. Even if we succeed in convincing the population that this is the way to go, we need a sustainable food chain outside realistically. So what are your thoughts about that, and what will be your strategy in doing that? Considering that the global temperature has risen 3 degrees, the country faces a tropical climate, and the conditions are very hard.
Actually, we thought that the alternative foods can be our sustainable food chain system, because when we're living, we need protein. We need to eat protein. We need to if we live longer. So for reducing meat and get protein properly, we thought that we need to change our food system into insects. And actually, insects emission is 1/10 of meat producing system. And yeah, and also in Greenland, we found that agriculture and food is a very high % in their industrial system. So we thought that we have to change the whole system into which make less emission than current system.
To add to the answer, we we know that the grainlands one of the main product is like not the product but the industry is the agriculture industry. And actually in the innovative plans, we presented the virtual capsules and the grain dome. So we believe then that the producing insects and the emissions coming from that can be prevented by using the grain dome, which capture the CO2. And for the virtual reality capsule, we presented that there will be virtual food industry, like we can present people a meal while they're in the virtual reality. And in the capsule, we're gonna feed them with the food pack that is made out of the eco-friendly ingredients, which can greatly help the environmental conservation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your answer. And now I'd like to open the floor for questions from participating teams as well as the honorable professors. You may write in the chat, type Q followed by the name of the team the question is directed to, so that I can adjudicate the session here on. We have a question from Greedy Green. From Cardizo, Shorish. Which team would you like to ask a question? Please kindly write Q followed by the name of the team the question is supposed to be from.
My question is to Greedy Green.
To Greedy Green. Do you allow this question?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
So, about the VR capsule, if the VR capsule is fully implemented with 100% operational capacity, a prolonged use of the VR capsule, which means no physical contact, no physical activity for a person, will lead to immense physical deformities, to say the least. How do you plan to tackle those problems?
That's a great question. Thank you for the question. And we have also discussed about the problem, like the health related problem they can cause from the extensive use of VR capsule. So what we have thought is to make people get outside of the VR box and do some exercise, like for their health. Like for example, we can make an infrastructure for the VR capsules so that people can use the capsules and also invest their time to do some exercises by just forcing them to do it. Like for example, they should exercise for like 3 hours to use one week of VR capsules. Yeah, we believe that the healthcare can be done, like the preventing from the disease of not exercising enough can be prevented by some policies or the cautioning users for the extensive use or something else like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. And do we have any questions from the honorable professors? I'd like to open the floor for the professors to ask questions.
Okay. I have questions for each team. So for the last team, Planet Earth, my question is very abstract because you espouse the ideology or value of collective responsibility, which is actually nothing new because we are at least on the surface operating under this principle, collective responsibility. The problem is that mostly free riding and externality and other kinds of public good problems, so that collective responsibility, despite that slogan, still the cost is not shared evenly. So my question is just how this value in fact is different from what our governments are espousing right now, and how can we make that more than just a slogan or really effective proposals. For example, gas masks, which we are quite familiar now. You are recommending that there is some cost of wearing a gas mask, but still, this is very much a voluntary measure. But it's only possible just because we are very obedient to the government, especially in East Asia. But if you look around, other countries strong with individualism are having very hard time to push this sort of voluntary policy. So that's anyway the first question to Planet Earth. The second question to Cardizo. According to the data, right now the levelized cost of energy for nuclear, it's 110 to 130 compared to coal, which is 61 to 65. So I wonder whether you have thought about actually calculating, at least estimating something like this for thorium MSR, although this is really something that has not been done so far. The last question for Greedy Green. So the green dome idea, which seems to be essentially based on carbon capture and storage, the question is, if you use this technology, do you think you have enough carbon capture to really run the whole economy and other social activities? So do you have any estimation of how much it will be generated to support how many activities, to what degree of this Greenland?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for your questions to all the teams. I'd like the teams to answer in this order: Planet Earth, followed by Cardizo, and then last, Greedy Green. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to answer a question about collective responsibility and the mask. So the first thing is that, of course, we can't achieve 100% collective responsibility. I think that's for an ideal world. What we want is just the majority. And right now, if you look at our policies, we don't explicitly say it, but our policies address people in all kinds of sector. We have the government, of course, we have those in the corporate or industries. We also have those in academia. We're going to ask help for soil biologists, so on, to help the agriculture. We also have a movement in the grassroots level, like the Safe to Be Safe campaign. So there's a lot of things that we're actually addressing. And when it comes to about mask, that's voluntarily, as you can see in the US, it's fading. Well, I wouldn't necessarily see it as an individual problem. It's more of the leaders. If you look at all, the nations where mask use is failing, it's because of the leaders. In the US, it's Trump. In Brazil, but the leader is a totalitarian. So I don't know how do people respect that? When it comes to Trump, well, he was downplaying the issue in the beginning. So there's a mixed communication errors when it comes to that. If you look at New Zealand, I think they're doing pretty well. They're considered a Western developed country. They're not like Asians, you could say. I think they're doing pretty well. I think people are abiding to the rule. So yeah, anybody has anything to add to that? What I'm saying is, it depends on the leaders of Greenland. If you want to direct a nation to the same way, it needs to come from the leaders first. We can also do public campaigns and everything to bring the nation to that direction. As you can see, from my Safe to Be Safe campaign, we're using a different principle compared to the normal ones. We're using evolutionary tendencies. So we're not just about, okay, let's do good because because it's true, because let's do good because it's good. We're going to use other strategies that can help compel people to move in that direction. So the model that you see in the Safe to Be Safe campaign, that can be done in other areas as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much for your answer. And before we move on to get the answer from Team Cardizo and on, does Professor Soo-Young have a remark to that answer?
Just a quick remark about the importance of leadership, because when we design a policy, we shouldn't really rely too much on the uncertain factors, which is not quite obvious at this moment. So we never know who is going to take up the leadership in 2071. So our goal is going to be really design a very robust system so that whoever comes as a leader, still something is maintained. So we cannot simply rely on the comparison of Trump versus New Zealand's famous female leader. Well, not criticizing your response, but rather I'd like the team really to think more rigorously about the importance of actual design of the policy system, not just appealing to only values and other important goals. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Professor. And we'd move to the answer from Cardizo.
First of all, thank you very much, Professor, for the question. And as you rightly mentioned, like the traditional cost of the nuclear power plant was around $120, whereas for the other, for example, the coal, it was $60. So for us, it was a great challenge to actually work from the cost perspective itself first, because it plays a very vital role. Therefore, we actually found a paper which is economics of nuclear power plant, and we found it on the Science Direct, and they actually worked on the essentials of this thorium power plant by considering, for example, the main difference, which is very crucial between a thorium power plant and a traditional power plant, is on the level of pressure it works. The nuclear power plant requires a lot of high pressure, the normal ones, and that's why they have a lot of capital investment, which makes in the whole structure and everything, and then also it increases risk further. Whereas for the thorium itself, it can work at the atmospheric pressure, hence it reduces the cost. First of all, in the capital expenditure itself, which is a huge margin, and secondly, which is more importantly, the operation cost is also reduced while maintaining the safety itself. So according to the paper we looked into, we found a range of prices, the LCOE per megawatt, and it was around 59.87, which we presented in the slide number 8. Sorry if I didn't put more focus on it. So according to that paper, like because of this low operation cost and a low cost for capital investment, that's why actually you can have 2 thorium power plant at the cost of 1 nuclear power plant for the same amount of like the energy, for example, 500 megawatt or 1000 gigawatt, and still cash to spare. I hope that answers your question, Professor.
Thank you very much. And now we'd like to get an answer from Greedy Green.
All right. First, thank you so much, Professor, for the question. And to answer your question, we'll be using this green dome in the primary sites of greenhouse gas emissions, most probably in the sites of the factories and industries that will be inevitably producing carbon dioxide, which cannot be controlled by the VR industry, will be applied for the usage of the green dome. In terms of statistics, we cannot really estimate an accurate rate, so we can roughly estimate them in global terms. And as the Carbon Capture and Storage Association says, carbon capture can achieve 14% of the global greenhouse gas emissions reductions needed by 2050, and is viewed as the only practical way to achieve deep decarbonization of the industrial sector. And by the implementation of the Green Dome, we think that this implementation will be a great aid to decrease the carbon emissions to 40% by 10 years. Hope it answers your question, Professor.
Yeah, to add something more, particularly, we believe that this dome can able to achieve remarkable results in manufacturing and mining industry, which account for 18% of the GDP of Greenland, and natural resource extraction, which also accounts for 50% of total GDP in Greenland. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. I'd like to take a question from Professor Byung-Ah Shin.
Hi, again, I'm just like a preliminary rounds. I was very impressed by the quality of the discussion and presentations from all teams. So I would like to touch upon the energy policy, and this question applies to all 3 teams. So what's common among the proposal from all 3 teams is that there isn't much discussion on more conventional renewable energy source, such as solar and wind. And it's understandable that solar is not quite useful in Greenland because the solar irradiation condition is not very good. But however, the wind farm, so Greenland once had infrastructure for onshore wind farm. So if you can think of energy portfolio building upon that the infrastructure that is already available. However, Greedy Green focuses on biomass, Cardizo on nuclear, and Planet Earth on microalgae. So is there any reason why wind energy, renewable energy based on wind, is not really in the energy portfolio that you proposed?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor, for your question. And we get the responses from the team in the order Greedy Green, followed by Cardizo, and then Planet Earth.
Thank you for a great question, Professor. First of all, we thought that the wind has not very efficient compared to other technologies, such as we suggest like CCPP or biomass. And also when we build wind system into the shore, because of the height of the sea is now rising, that would be not very effective. Also for coast, the wind is very expensive to building all their systems. So because of those reasons, we did not apply wind system. Is anyone want to add?
Okay, so to add on, another reason that we didn't consider wind as an energy source is because, yeah, as Kyung-hye mentioned, the rising seashore destroys a portion of the wind system, and so in order to prevent that, we should also prepare like something like dams or something to prevent the rising sea levels. But in Greenland situation, which has low GDP, we thought that constructing such infrastructure was too expensive for Greenland for the following 10 years. So we thought that wind could be a source of energy that Greenland could use after they had some more economic growth. That would let them prevent the rising sea levels. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer, and we'd like to get an answer from Team Cardizo on the question.
Thank you, Professor, for that excellent question. So regarding the use of traditional renewable energy, for example, solar farms or wind farms, well, for wind farms, we have already seen that a large portion of it has already been destroyed. So that's why we did not consider wind farm for that. However, we did consider solar farms. But there's a catch with solar farms. Well, you see, Greenland is going through a period where they're scarce on land resources, and also solar panels in general are less energy dense. Therefore, you need a large stretch of land to build any substantial amount of to generate any substantial amount of energy. That's why we are offering nuclear energy as an alternate high-dense energy source. However, we are not totally neglecting solar energy. We will be implementing solar panels on rooftops, on cars, to supplement the auxiliary power sources needed for our daily use. I would also like to mention one more thing. With solar farms, the energy is not the peak energy is not constant. So you will need to build natural gas power plants to supplement the solar energy, and that's again we're reiterating the same problem with burning fossil fuel. And yeah, that's the only reason why we did not decide to implement large-scale solar farms. I hope that answers your question.
To add upon that, I just want to make a quick comment about so Professor, we mentioned about the hydrogen itself, right? And we needed something, a green source. So in the initial run, as we just mentioned, we are focusing upon nuclear in the long run for sure. But in the meanwhile, these solar farms can help us to produce green hydrogen, and therefore incorporating that as a whole until we realize our biggest potential. But as you just mentioned, there can be an alternative with the portfolio management as well. But I think in the long run, this can also work through. Thank you. And I hope this answers your question.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Now moving on to.
May I add?
Okay, Miko.
For the wind energy
you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, for the wind energy part, we found out that it's not reliable source of energy, as we know, because it's fluctuating in terms of energy. And then when you want to build the wind turbines, we need to take care of the lands that need to be deforestation. We create a lot of problems there, and it creates an additional environmental impact. And wind turbines, as we know, it is a potential threat to wildlife, such as birds and bats and so on. And that's why we think that while we can use a slightly less amount of, slightly less compromise of land and everything, and with the more compressed energy, more energy density, such as hydrogen and nuclear power plant, we disregard the wind energy at this point. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'd like to take an answer from planet Earth.
Thank you, Professor. So the reason why we haven't resolved to using more conventional alternative energy sources is because when looking at the scenario, we see that if we were to implement it at this current moment for Greenland, it would be inefficient. Like for solar panels, for example, with the thick smog and the air pollution, it's going to be really inefficient. Our solar panels won't be able to produce that much energy. So to implement it right now, it would be unwise. It's like money going to waste. So that's why, like what my friend Felicia mentioned before in the presentation, our renewable energy program takes a stage-by-stage process. So our first stage is first introducing microalgae because, first of all, it doesn't take up space. It's cost effective, and it's pretty easy to implement because we won't be changing like the engines of the cars or anything. It's just basically changing to a different source of biofuel. And then when microalgae has already succeeded, when air pollution has significantly lowered, we're going to move to the second stage where we can install solar panels, and then the third stage where we can install wind turbines. But to get to the second and third stage, we're going to need to do more extensive research to make sure that it fits with Greenland's goals and capabilities as a country.
Thank you very much for your answer.
I would like to add to the question.
Okay.
So thank you, Professor, for the question. And to add on Adeline, so first, why we didn't consider wind turbines and solar panels at this point is because first, wind turbines do not produce a constant energy. So just like what Cardizo said, we also agree that wind turbines, they're very fluctuating and it's not very reasonable because they depend a lot on the environment. And we know that the sea levels are rising, so positioning the wind turbines by the areas of Greenland would not be reasonable because it will be greatly affected by the environmental conditions. And second, about solar panels, they take a lot of land areas which could be used for addressing our food security issues because there are also many other occurring problems in our Greenland. So using solar panels and wind turbines at this point would not be wise. And third, this concludes why we chose our microalgae project is because microalgae project, they do not need to take a lot of land. And second, we can actually reuse the wastewater from our industries, which is a very problematic problem in Greenland. So we can actually harness this problem into creating a cleaner alternative energy source. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have a question from Professor Sungyu Kyu to Planet Earth.
All the team for the impressive presentation and detailed plan. And this question is directed to Planet Earth. So introducing microalgae as an energy source would be good, but converting them into bioenergy has to become cost effective to establish it as a major energy source. So what is your view on the current status of microalgae technique spec, and what would be the timeline you expect to see for such a biofuel technique to play a significant role in solving energy issues and carbon emission?
Team Planet Earth.
Yes. Thank you, Professor, for the question. So our views on microalgae is that we have very high hopes on microalgae as we can learn from past works. So it has been done already back in 2009. So the first microalgae fuel, it was able to power a car, and this car was able to run from the west coast to the east coast of the United States on only 25 gallons of microalgae fuel. And this proves that back in 2009 that such technology was already possible. And although that we might be talking about fuel that needs to be blended at like 5%. So that car was blended on 5% fuel. We're talking about improvements, we're talking about research, and we're talking about developments. So it started at 5%, and later it progressed to 20% blend. So we believe that such microalgae fuel can be a promising future for our nation. And second, limitations about being cost effective. We know that every technology resource has its own limitations. And for the microalgae project, we know our current concern is that we don't know the specific strains for these microalgae, but we believe that in 2050, we believe that such research will be possible, and we know that Greenland can power on microalgae. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. And now I'd like to take a question from Greedy Greens. You want to planet Earth.
May I start?
Please go on.
First of all, thank you for your speech. And we have a question regarding your second innovative plan, Food Club Nonprofit. So you said that the application will enable distributing leftover food to some organizations, and the distributed food will be unsold or nearly expired food. But we think there are more disadvantages of doing this than the advantage we can gain from this activity. Because, for example, since it takes additional time to collect and distribute leftover food, so it is likely for the foods to be spoiled, especially in summer. If people get food poisoning from the distributed food, who is in charge here? Also, the notion of giving leftover food can yield a wrong social perception, for example, prejudice and discrimination over people from economically weaker sections. So could you justify how your idea can prevent such situations and bring positive effect to the society?
Thank you for the question. Your answer, Planet Earth.
Thank you for your question, Greedy Green. But the idea from the, food waste is a really, really big issue in our world right now. We're basically overproducing large amounts of food that at the end of the day will get thrown out, even though it's perfectly fine to be consumed. So we're providing an alternative solution because people are starving every day in Greenland because of the food crisis. The hike in the food prices makes it impossible for them to get proper nutrition. And I feel like at this point, when everyone is starving, any kind of solution will be helpful because the priority is that these people will still be able to get adequate nutrition, will still be able to get the food that they need to power through their lives. And the food that we're handing out is not able to be consumed. It's still proper food. It can still be consumed. Usually the reason why these foods get thrown away is because we don't actually know. Restaurants and corporations, chain restaurants out there, they just throw out this food for no plausible reason. So we're providing this food campaign so that we can collect all this food that is still able to be consumed, and we're going to redistribute it to the people who actually need it. And honestly, there is no shame at all in trying to survive. And there's no shame in living on food stamps or free food from the government. Everyone's just trying to survive in Greenland right now. And that's the message that we're trying to send.
Also, can I add to that? This kind of food pantry thing, the food charity thing, it's been done in a lot of developed countries. In America, for example, I actually volunteered in one of the places where they store food. And when I saw the food, it's actually, it's so proper. I saw fruits, pears, and oranges and all that. They're still pretty good. We don't know why those excess of food are there. But they're proper food. And, like as a volunteer, yeah, I was hopefully whatever I was doing, it could help people in need. I don't think there's any stigma in there. When you're starving, can you really think about stigma? When you're starving, can you think about stigma? When you need food to survive, to feed your children, right? So I think when it's a hard time for everybody. I think.
Thank you, Planeters.
Yeah.
You've exhausted your time to respond. I'd like to take one more question, which will be the last question of this Q&A session before moving on to the concluding speeches part. And that will be from Team Planet Earth, directed to, from Adeline. Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for Greedy Green. So your VR system it's very interesting. It's very innovative, but I think it's a very privileged system. You're introducing some sort of culture change that promotes escapism, first of all. Second of all, it potentially has side effects because you're using electric currents to stimulate the brain. But lastly, and the most important thing is that the VR system sort of leaves behind blue-collar workers and people living below the poverty line. And these are essential workers, the backbone of a country's well-being, whose jobs, like you mentioned in your limitations, can't be transferred to a virtual reality platform. Could you really justify using VR as a solution, especially when it doesn't cover equity? It's just that if you want to curb carbon emission numbers, could you really justify using VR as a solution?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Team Greedy Green.
Thank you for pointing out the critical point. So what I want to say is our idea is more innovative than you think. So think about the smartphones and the tablets that are used in these modern worlds. So before the decade, it was not the very common technology, but it was given to some privileged people. But now, like everyone uses the smartphones and the tablets and MacBooks and all the great technologies that are referring to the people. So our assumption here is that VR technology will be everywhere after 50 years. In these days, in 2020s, VR technologies have started to develop just now. So representatively famous VR glasses are Oculus Rift, and they cost like $400. And we believe that as technology develops over time, the price of the devices will significantly decrease, and the quality of them will go up. So for the analogy, the price of the computer like 50 years ago was $4.6 million, but now it is like everyone can buy it. Like the range of the prices varies greatly, and everyone has smartphones and tablets. They have access to the technologies. So we believe that, and for the assumption, there is we already assume that the technology is everywhere in the developed countries like United States. So the technologies are being imported to Greenland, and everyone's it will take some time certainly to spread out to the people in Greenland, but we believe that the technologies will be ubiquitous in 50 years. Hope that will be an answer for that.
Yeah, to add something, we know that you're concerning about the cost, but we can secure and use the budget with taxes earned through ETS and ESG system that we suggested in our policy. And we think that it will provide for low-income families to share and provide some subsidies for the public. Also, instead of expanding it immediately, as Yewon said, it means that we'll gradually expand up and apply it to all areas, starting with education or food intake, and we will expand it to all areas. It does not mean that it will be applied to all areas from the beginning, and we strongly believe that Greenland also have some technologies, basic technologies for VR also.
Also, we have...
Actually, the time for answering has lapsed. And now we would move on to the concluding section of this debate. And before I invite each team to make their concluding speech, I would quickly like to add here that today's session was indeed very constructive with new innovative ideas to cater this environmental problem. However, For a struggling developing country, it is much more viable and feasible to go for conventional sources of renewable energy. And the main crux of this scenario is the replacement of fossil fuel with another sustainable source of renewable energy, which could be more close to much conventional. I'm sure Professor Byung-ha Shin and Professor So-Young Kim, who is an expert in policymaking, and Professor Sung-Yup Yu, who are all experts in these fields, they will agree with me that proposing radical changes or radical technologies for a developing country might not be very feasible. However, the ideas given by the teams were very valuable, and I sincerely hope that they succeed in their life, in their careers ahead, and play their practical and instrumental role in paving ways to cater these issues the world might be facing in the years to come. So with this, I would like to invite in reverse order the teams for their concluding speech. First would be Team Planet Earth, the third team, to present their concluding speech today. Thank you.
Distinguished professors, members of the committee, fellow participants, viewers online. 51 years ago, Greenland failed to recognize the importance of environmental crisis. And since then, just like the domino effect, a number of crises emerged. That is why we, as policymakers, feel the urge to create concrete change, effective immediately. First, the atmosphere has continued to amass with pollutants and carbon dioxide to the condition where the people of Greenland have to wear masks. The problem with pollution is not only related to the atmosphere, but to the health of the people of Greenland as well. Respiratory-related diseases have threatened the lives of the people in Greenland. And to prevent it from further happening, Greenland has to resort to a cleaner alternative energy source, microalgae. Second, an increase of carbon dioxide emissions as well as other greenhouse gases consequently leads to global warming and climate change. And that is where our Climate Change Act comes to action. Clean development mechanism projects, national forests, urban parks, conservation parks, all together tackle climate change issues by sequestering the greenhouse gas emissions. Also, these answer foreign pressure from the Asian food problem. Third, to protect the remaining forest areas that threaten biodiversity, we propose the construction of conservation parks and the initiation of the 1-2-3 program. This will suppress the irresponsibility of companies and instead require them to give back to planet Earth. Next, we have our Agriculture Act, which consists of 4 main points: reducing agriculture inputs, intercropping, crop rotations, cover crops, and hydroponic community gardening. Altogether, with our food security policy, we ensure that all citizens are granted access to equal supply of food and adequate nutrition, because our nation is our people. Lastly, the aforementioned environmental protection efforts need to correspond with the economic development and growth of the nation. Our economic and taxation policies at the same time build the prerequisites to make long-term sustainability a feasible idea. And in addition to policy, we also come up with innovation. First, our Safe to Be Safe campaign invites and encourages every single one of us to conserve energy. We believe by educating the people on practical ways of conserving energy in households and offices, their behavior on energy consumption will change. In the long run, we hope that the Safe to Be Safe campaign would also ease Greenland's transition to a sustainable source of energy. Second, our Food Club nonprofit is an organization that aims to solve issues addressed on food scarcity and food waste, as well as inequalities in the social society. The 2 campaigns provide quick and direct effect to the communities in all parts of Greenland. So the question is not when to act or whether we need to act. Facts have been laid out for us. The question now is how we need to respond to these changes before the effects are irreversible. Our policies and innovations will have profound impact on our people, our nation, and even our Earth that will live not just to our generation, but for many generations to come. People assume protecting the environment can decelerate economic growth, but our policies have proven them wrong. Through our policies, we have made environmental protection and economic growth sound. Our solutions are quick, practical, and concrete, all to which answer the problems for the nation. We are convinced through all of our policies, bold changes will occur in grain. It will require all of us to do our part, because this is a collective responsibility, not just the government, not just corporations, but every single entity in Greenland. And that is what distinguishes our policy. What is a nation without its people? We put people first. A good society puts the quality of life of its citizens at the forefront of its agenda. Each citizen also has a dual responsibility, both for themselves and the nation, as the success of our policies depend on the collaboration of every entity in the nation. We also did not forget that a good society ultimately achieves a balance of economic viability, environmental protection, and social equity. These three pillars are the values that we hope greatly incorporate in the long run.
Thank you. Thank you, Planet Earth, for a wonderful concluding speech. And now we'd move to Team Cardizo for their concluding remarks.
Dear audience, my name is Cheyenne of Cardizo, and I will now conclude our presentation by shortly summarizing the nature of our ideology, as well as our stance towards where we are heading for the future. Throughout the years, we have increasingly affected and damaged the purity of our environment. It is not a matter of adapting to the toxic environment we created. No, instead, it is about how we choose to protect the earth, our natural habitat. Human's nature is involved in that matter that makes us most optimal in surviving. And we, as species, do not evolve as quickly as we are changing our earth. Even though we want to, we cannot change human nature. We can see this daily, also in settings very close to us. For instance, KAIST students are studying day and night to achieve their goals. If continued repeatedly, this will take toll on both their physical and mental condition. Health and happiness will deteriorate. It is not sustainable. Therefore, in order to make life viable for the generations to come, we need to act now. And the way to do this is creating the new revolutionary era. We need a new source of energy that can save us from the destructive impact that has been done by fossil fuels. We cannot deny the need for energy. In fact, we believe human societies push too hard on the limitations of current viable energy sources. Eventually, all comes down to energy, and we, as Cardizo, respond to this with radical innovations towards the way we generate energy in order to fulfill this necessity of our time. With implementation of only our thorium nuclear reactors as source of green energy, we will be able to reduce the carbon emissions of Greenland by more than 60%, which is the reduction that is required to comply with the Daejeon Protocol. Not just 60%, but with a great safe margin of 6%. Thorium nuclear reactors are based on technology which is safer and more sustainable compared to the uranium counterpart from a nuclear waste management perspective. Even though the Daejeon Protocol criteria will be met by just implementation of our thorium nuclear reactors, we encourage a diversity of green energy solutions. Our short-term viable energy solutions add additional contributions in switching from carbon to sustainable energy. By using blend hydrogen combustion enzyme and hydrogen-fueled long-haul transportation, we will bring down the emission from the transportation industry. Moreover, policies regarding electrification as well as solar panels are made to boost the usage of immediate present cleaner energy solutions. In every way possible, we aim to promote awareness in handling energy wisely, hence reducing energy wastage as well. Moreover, we focus on businesses that target sustainability and food availability. For instance, oyster cultivation and plant air purifiers, which target the pollution and energy conservation. Altogether, we aim to create a mini symbiotic ecosystem. Finally, AI consultancy will assist the existing businesses to transform and thrive. We as Cardizo believe in a transparent society that is efficient and open-minded. a society that is led by people that care for and nurture the environment and who are willing to take the necessary steps to make the past wrongs right. Earth is our habitat that we need to preserve. The need for energy is not just the cause of environmental harm, it is also the solution. As our ancient Greek name says, ego Cardizo, we aim for ego Cardizo, which means I overcome, I win. We aim to overcome all the natural disasters our country is facing, not just our country, but that the whole globe is facing with, and to assure a better future and freedom for every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Cardizo, for a wonderful concluding speech. And now we'd move on to our last team for their concluding speech, Team Greedy Green.
Okay, first of all, thank you for giving me the chance to give the concluding speech. Greenland has been put in a situation to aggressively reduce carbon emission. Although the protocol of reducing carbon dioxide by 60% in 10 years seems harsh, we actually see this as a new opportunity for Greenland to solve the environmental problems that it has been ignoring for the past decades. We believe that a clean environment, in economic growth, and citizens' happiness are all essential values we must keep, and not one should be sacrificed for the other. Our policies are carefully set up to preserve our three values. We have policies to solve the most critical problem, reducing carbon dioxide emission by 60%. First, through our emission trading system, we will reduce 3% total carbon cap yearly after 3 years of grace period. Thus, this policy will reduce up to 21% of carbon emission. Second, ESG score and our detailed policy for each main industry can reduce the total emission gap. With ESG score, overall industries will try to reduce their emissions through production to selling to reduce tax. For high emission industries such as fashion, food, raw material, and mining. Third, the fashion industry policy can adopt upstream operations through initiatives such as energy efficiency improvements and a transition to renewable energy with support from brands and retailers. Fourth, eco-fuel economy will reduce carbon emission in cars. Lastly, expanding CCPP and biomass for generating electricity can also reduce our total carbon cap. Our policy of emission trading system, ESG score, eco-friendly fuel economy, reducing pollutants from the fashion industry, and energy efficiency policy help to make clean environments through providing regulations to companies. Compulsory education for the environment, installation of trash banks, and volume-based garbage system trigger citizens' awareness of the environment and induce participation of the public for clean environment. Popularizing VR capsules helps citizens assess VR technology, which can help the environment and improves people's mental health. Along with our policies that seek to preserve the three essential values, we also present 3 innovative solutions that works with the policy to actively tackle in solving the environmental problem. So our first solution, VR capsule, grants its users comfortable virtual reality experiences and supports all senses. Inside the capsule, users are connected to his or her own virtual reality. VR capsules bring many benefits, including promoting economic activity, reduction of commuting by virtual workspace, and promoting contentment and well-being by staying in a VR environment. This solution thus helps the environment while improving the productiveness as well as the happiness of Greenland citizens. Our second solution, the Green Dome, is a large-scale dome to cover up the areas that are producing greenhouse gas emissions and capture carbon dioxide from these emissions. Capturing carbon dioxide molecules and transferring them into underground storage can naturally dissolve these molecules and even use them as the other energy resources in the future, relieving air pollution and temperature rise issues in Greenland. Finally, CodeTrack is a platform that can increase the environmental sensitivity of both users and companies, which rewards both participants. Each company is rated based on their ESG score, and users can vote for companies that seem to successfully achieve green growth. Users can receive points when they vote for companies and buy products of companies with high grades. So this can lead to an increase in green awareness of people in Greenland. Greenland, a country once green, has suffered environmentally for rapid economic growth. We show through our policies and solutions that environment does not have to be sacrificed for economic growth. Like our slogan, we really want to make Greenland green again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting your wonderful, innovative ideas to cater this environmental challenge that the country Greenland is facing. And I would now like to conclude this debate session today with the announcement that all the participants are requested to stay in the Zoom meeting for 10 minutes and complete the peer evaluation and submit the peer evaluation within 10 minutes. I would also like the esteemed professors, I would like to request them to finish their evaluation in 10 minutes and submit it so that we can compile the results by the end of today's sessions. Thank you very much. Hello. I'd like to make an announcement for the participants. Kindly submit one peer evaluation per team. You have to evaluate as a team, other teams. So one submission per team, please.
Don't give them 8s and 9s. Give them 7s and 6s.
What the fuck?
People can hear you, by the way.
What?
Well, dude. 저 뭐야?
What?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning or evening, depending on the part of the world you're viewing this conference from. We are here today in the final debate session of the Pioneers 2071 conference to question the next 50 years. As we all very well know, our world currently faces multiple challenges. The world community is currently undergoing a pandemic, and our preparation to deal with such circumstances in future has been found wanting. I am Ashad, and it is my honor to be hosting this debate session today along with my assistant MC Siwon Choi. Also, on our adjudicating panel, we have Professor Suk Young Ryu from the School of Computing, KAIST, Honorable Professor Do Chang Lee, Professor of the Department Chemical and Biomolecular Engineering, and Professor Chi Young John, Professor of the Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy. To brief the scenario to the audience who are viewing this conference for the first time, we are currently dealing with a pandemic and an unprecedented situation, chaotic situation. And a similar scenario has been built and given to the team participating in this conference to address the scenario and come up with innovative ideas to cater the problem. A hypothetical city Mount West is devised with a population density of about 20,000 people per square kilometer. The city center comprises of business localities, industrial hubs, and places of work. And owing to the less prices of real estate, the outskirts of the city are populated by population. So essentially, the city consists of people who have to travel from outskirts of the city to the center part for their work. And essentially, the main populace of the city depends on public transport, which is very congested. In the current era, in the aftermath of COVID-19, 10 years later, a new strain of coronavirus is discovered, which is termed as Novel Respiratory Disease 31, NRD 31. The attributes of this virus, this strain of coronavirus so discovered, are such that it is more contagious than coronavirus. Hence, it spreads not only by droplets but by aerosols. And the range of spread is 6 meters from one person. The incubation period of this new strain of coronavirus discovered is found to be 6 weeks, as opposed to 2 weeks for the current coronavirus. And the recovery period is 2 weeks, and it is more dangerous, or people having underlying health issues or people of old age are more susceptible to this virus and hence develop extreme symptoms. The scenario is designed to come up with ideas and ways so that an economic activity of the city is sustained without having to undergo a major lockdown. And in case of a major lockdown, to have ways to cater for economic, psychological, and physiological needs of the people. Our very competent team, Team Alive, was the only team who came up to the challenge and proposed a solution. Hence today, I am going to give the session to Team Alive to present their solution to this problem, given the data set and the scenario and the circumstance.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see. You can start your presentation now. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We are Team Alive from the Pandemic Division. We are Sunmin, Seyeon, Hanbin, and Eugene from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. This is the agenda of our presentation, beginning with good society and core values, our policies, our product 1, Lookie, and finally our product 2, Good to Go app. What is a good society? We believe good society can be derived when happiness is achieved amongst the population. To achieve happiness, 2 core values must exist. First core value, economic stability. Economic stability by means where individuals have the ability to satisfy their physiological needs such as food, water, and shelter, and safety needs such as job security. And we believe this economic stability must be satisfied to achieve the second core value. Once economic stability is achieved, the second core value comes, sense of belonging. Sense of belonging is needed as it improves one's psychological well-being and gives an emotional force for people to get through this hard time. Once economic stability and sense of belonging are met, the ultimate goal of happiness is achieved. Our definition of good society comes in a condition where the individuals in a nation acquire both economic stability and a sense of belonging. They are able to acquire happiness, the ultimate goal of life. Hence, our policies will be divided into three categories with the respective aim. First, to prevent and minimize the spread of the contagious virus. Second, to maintain a stable economy. Third, to protect the psychological well-being. And ultimately, to achieve a good society where individuals acquire happiness. Firstly, begin with mitigation and containment policy under Category 1, which is to prevent and minimize the spread of the virus. This Category 1 policy will solve an issue of life-threatening situations from disease and help achieve economic stability and psychological well-being. Aim of mitigation strategy is to minimize the risk of transmission by reducing human-to-human contact and to reduce a peak in healthcare demand in short-term and long-term. The highlight of the mitigation strategies are in implementation of social distancing rules. These social distancing rules provide a guideline of personal hygiene measures, workplace social distancing, school closures, and banning of mass gatherings. And this policy will be applied in phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, depending on the number of daily infections. Containment policy aims to prevent the spread of disease from infected to uninfected individuals. It again aims to reduce the peak in healthcare demand and alleviate the burden on healthcare systems by buying time for patients who are occupying hospital beds to recover. Containment strategies will be successfully carried out by implementing to enable better tracking and tracing by using our Good2Go app, which will be discussed later, guidelines on case isolation and household quarantine, which are to be used as a final result when hospital capacity is overloaded, and it also reinforces implementation of self-diagnosis, voluntary testing, and punishment for the one who violates the law. Policy 3 to 6 are under Category 2, which aims to ensure financial livelihood of individuals. Category 2 policies would solve economic instability, thereby help satisfy psychological well-being. Policy 3, employment protection through economic support for livelihood, aims to assist companies to readily perform their economic roles once the pandemic has ended by preserving employer-employee relationships, and further aims to help households building financial stability. Policy 3, economic support for livelihood, illustrates implementation of increase in loan availability with low interest rate 1.2% per year up to $25,000 and short-time working scheme to facilitate the company to reduce the working time of employees instead of firing them, and adjustments in utility costs such as electricity and water bills in a serious pandemic situation. Policy 4, online platforms and technologies. This policy firstly aims to adopt working conditions in which people are able to perform decent economic activities with reduced face-to-face contact and to decrease the chance of massive NRD31 transmission in office areas. Policy 4 will be carried out by implementing following fair work policy in remote working, collaboration with technological companies for easy provision of teleworking, financial and non-financial aid for affording the technologies required for teleworking, and lastly, supply online job finding platform for employment. Policy 5 and 6 also aims to ensure financial livelihood of individuals. However, they do have more focus on fostering startups. Policy 5, reduce administrative burdens, aims to secure the position of startups through administrative support and to decrease the potential unemployment rate of vulnerable startup companies. Such policy can be made into possible by implementing simplified structures for entrepreneur processes, partnerships with university and startups, educational courses regarding how to analyze uncertainties. And Policy 6, funding for innovation startups, aims to provide financial opportunities for startups companies by matching with investors and further to motivate new and existing startups to continuously come up with ideas and products. Under the policy, following will be implemented: building network development programs for innovative startups with investors, raising awareness about the existing public and private schemes, and programs to upskill the startup workers.
Now comes Category 3, which aims to protect the psychological well-being. Category 3 will solve psychological breakdown, thereby achieving psychological well-being. Policy 7, strengthening digital security, aims to prevent personal data infringement by cybercrimes and maintain digital security and protect privacy rights of the customers while effectively tracking NRD31 spread using tracking application. Policy 7 specifically elaborates on implementing guidelines to raise awareness of the trends of cybercrimes, minimum personal data sharing with third parties, frequent monitoring and approaching to cybercrime. And Policy 8, fake news legislation and pandemic situation. Such policy aims to prevent the spread of pandemic-related misinformation to the public and maintain an informed citizenry and prevent social unrest and anxiety among nations. This policy will be successfully executed by implementing verification of facts through machine learning algorithm, comprehensive examination for new incoming and fake news, and fine or imprisonment to individuals who spread fake news. Policy 9 and 10 also belongs to Category 3 to protect the psychological well-being. Policy 9, free mental health and consulting service. This aims to relieve psychological stress due to self-isolation and lack of interaction during pandemics, and support the psychological state of citizens to cope with current pandemics and give a force to stand up. Policy 9 will be carried out by implementing formation of EPRSS, Emergency Psychological Recovery Support System, to support citizens' psychological recovery, raise awareness of counseling services through promotion, cooperation with related departments, and visiting people with mental difficulty, and protecting counselors from physical and mental assault. And Policy 10, installation of public phone booths in suicide spots. It aims to prevent individuals from committing suicide and sudden rise in suicide rate after the pandemic. This policy will be implemented by installation of phone call booths in suicidal spots, extend the area of local police patrol to cover phone booth area, and NSPC, National Suicide Preventive Center hotline available for 24/7 to answer emergency call.
Thanks, Hanbin. Now let's move on to our list of products that we believe will assist Mount West in resolving the crisis that is brought by the NRD31 pandemic. So for our first product, we are proud to present Looky, which is simply a set of augmented reality smart glasses, or ARSGs for short. So the goal of our first product is to allow smart glasses to be an augmented reality interface onto which users can perform fast and natural interactions with AR. So these capabilities will provide great potential in achieving real-time and enriched interactions between the glass wearer and the superimposed virtual world. So because the citizens of Mount West are experiencing a high level of fatigue and depression due to social distancing, our team kind of hopes that these pair of Looky glasses can alleviate the deteriorated productivity as well as the worsened levels of loneliness that these people are facing. So hence, there are various use cases of these AR-driven smart glasses, but while the pandemic is still ongoing, Looky primarily will aim to produce remote office environments to execute efficient teleworking and remote classroom environments. So we believe that the many use cases of this product can be a huge help in resolving the core psychological as well as the economic crisis mentioned in the scenario. So next we'll move on to introduce some main features of our product. So Looky is operated by a touch interface on the wrist, mid-air gestures, as well as voice command. So there are multiple sensors embedded into the glasses itself, as well as the wristband. And this includes like the accelerometer, the GPS receiver, mini camera that can actually preserve battery life, and microphone, light sensors, etc. So the wristband is meant to provide a relatively large interaction area for the user to draw trajectories or text input, as well as simple taps or swipe gestures on the forearm. And last but not least, it has the optical display, obviously, which is the critical component to all smart glasses, and it's positioned around the eyes of the wearer. So it allows the user to see the virtual content, both 2D and 3D content, such as text, images, windows, menus, written notes, galleries, videos, you name it, all visible through the see-through optical display made of liquid crystalline silicon with LED illumination. And just to give you a general idea of how the software works, not only can Looky connect to wireless internet connection, but the users are able to interact with virtual interfaces that are familiar to those who have been using popular operating systems in the past. So Loki in particular will use the WIMP or the WIMP paradigm, which stands for Windows, Icons, Menus, and Pointers. So to keep the users easily engaged. And last but not least, let's move on to our second product. Our second product is a mobile app for the citizens of Mount West called Good to Go. So we'll take this opportunity to kind of explain the main functionalities of Good to Go, which is meant to kind of tackle the fundamental situation of disease spread, as there are currently no asserted methods by the government that we know of to effectively track and trace NRD31 patients and those who are likely infected. So any resident or visitor of Mount West must have this app downloaded, but no registrations needed. Users can be identified by their phone number. So venue owners, such as like restaurant owners or supermarket managers, et cetera, will be given a unique QR code to display to their visitors. So whenever someone enters a venue, including shops, restaurants, cafes, pubs, malls, schools, public transportation, and the like, he or she has to go through a thermal check by law, as we explained in the policies, but he or she must also scan the venue's unique QR code. So, and before one leaves the venue, they must also scan the QR code again at any exit of the venue, so that his or her record will be encrypted and stored inside the app. And the visit records will be erased automatically after 6 weeks. And now you may ask, well, how will this database be utilized, right? So once an NRD patient is tested positive, we devised that the epidemiological department of Mount West should be required to kind of generate an OTP or a one-time password for that patient on the app. And the patient will then be able to report himself or herself automatically as confirmed or preliminary positive using the app. And based on that database collected by the app will send an informed notification to all of those who may have been exposed to that confirmed patient at a specific date and place, and give precautionary health advice on how to seek medical treatment when necessary. And moreover, the app actually assigns a hotspot title to a venue if more than 20 people are reported to be infected at the venue for more than 1 or more consecutive days, actually. So if any venue on the list of hotspots actually match the ones on your phone that you checked into at a particular time period, then that will actually trigger a warning alert to that user. And lastly, the app will also analyze whether a user is a frequent visitor of venues in a certain area or even a certain type of venue, especially places where we experience relatively frequent physical contact with others like pubs or nightclubs. So the app will use this user-specific information to kind of notify the right users at the right time. So with that, we will now wrap up the presentation suggesting our solutions for the novel pandemic NRD31. Thank you very much for your attention. This was Team Alive.
Thank you very much, Team Alive, for a very lively presentation. And I saw some very viable propositions to cater the NRD31 proposed scenario. Before we move on to the question answer session, I'd like to give the team a 10 minutes break to deliberate among themselves. And after the break, we will be back and we will have a question answer session up until 1:30 till the end of this debate before the concluding speech.
네, 그러면 지금 이 소리는 우리만 듣는 건가요? 저쪽으로 안 가는?
뭐 그러겠죠. 예. 어떻게 보셨나요?
정보들이 없어서.
그런 거 구체적으로 물어보시면 이제 진짜 고민을 했었는지 안 했.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the finals of this pandemic scenario debate, and we will be beginning our question answer session with Team Alive, and we have a very extensive line of questioning, and I'm sure the professors, honorable professors, also will have very interesting line of questions, so bear with us. I would like to open with my question to Team Alive about the social distancing norms that they devised. According to their criteria which they gave, there are 4 phases of social distancing, phase 1, 2, 3, and 4, depending on number of new infected cases per day. If it's less than 20, it's phase 1. If it's between 20 and 50, it's phase 2. Between 50 and 100, it's phase 3. And greater than 100 is phase 4, in which the city will go under a total full-scale lockdown. My question is regarding the instructions to schools, primary, middle, high schools. Attend school normally in phase 1 while maintaining distance, and 2/3 of students per class, which means 75% of class attendance. And in case of phase 2, it will be 1/3, meaning only 33% of class attendance. So my question is, if only 66 or 33% of students are going to attend classes in phase 1 and phase 2, while the rest will be receiving, will the rest of the class will be receiving distant learning mode via online education? And if so, isn't it putting the people, the students who have to come to school physically, putting them at risk? So if a part of the class is already attending online classes, why not the whole class attend online classes in phase 1 and 2 as well?
Okay, so I'll be answering the question. So in relation to the school closures, our policy, by stating that only 2/3 of the students will be attending per class, this means that we will control the number of students and actually present in the class. So it is not about letting some of the students attending the class while the others would be attending in online teaching. And the reason why we adopted mixed mode teaching, where students will be attending schools in a 2-week basis, is because instead of online teaching, this is because we believe that the students will be able to interact and build social relationship and prevent them from experiencing psychological breakdown when they are not able to engage with their friends and experience daily school activities. And we are aware that we will be risking the students while attending the school in person. So we will actively input measures to maintain distance between students in a class and install barriers between students so that they are not able to talk while not wearing a mask, and such measures will be able to keep the students safe from the infections.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. I would like to notify here to the honorable professors at the educating panel, if you have questions at any point, you may unmute and speak, and we will entertain your question any point in the debate, whenever. My next question, however, is with the Good to Go app, there are certain ambiguities, as there are some fines imposed which are very hectic when the app is uninstalled. But in certain cases, some of the mobile devices sometimes malfunction and have to undergo a reset. And it's very hard to cater for genuine cases where people legitimately, intentionally uninstall the app, or whether their devices underwent some problem. So how will you bifurcate and then impose penalties based on that?
So in regards to the punishment about the uninstallation of the app, so because we are aware of such situations where individuals will unintentionally uninstall the app without the intention of violating the law, so we purposely subject the fine to a very low value. So the fine of uninstallation of the app will only charge for $30. And we believe that this value is suitable for such violation of the law. And in the cases where the people, when an individual uninstall the app without the intention, we will aim to investigate further based on the person's intention, and we will then subject the fines to people.
May I add on a little bit?
Yes, please.
So like we're using a crowdsourcing method to kind of develop this app. So which means that the app will be at a certain level of quality. So I think it wouldn't need much updates according to like this time period of pandemic. It's most necessary. We thought that it would be most necessary to keep it on everyone's phone, and so that we can actually track and trace, because according to the data, it doesn't really seem that there's a very sophisticated or kind of like more structural method of how to kind of track and trace potentially infected patients and those who was in contact with a positively confirmed person. So we tried to make something that make a less strict compared to the other fines, but necessary fine for the usage of the app and the usage of tracking your own location and kind of reporting that to the rest of the country. Thank you.
Can I also add on?
You have 30 seconds.
I think we can, while building the process of the app application, we might be able to make a function to recognize whether the app is deleted by the user or it is deleted by the system automatically. I think we can make that kind of function inside the app so we can figure whether to find one individual or not.
Okay. There's a follow-up question from Professor Seok-Young Ryu.
So yeah, thank you for the explanation. Maybe I have missed something from the story. So if I understood the MC's question correctly, the question is, what about the people who do not have phones, or what of the people whose phones cannot install these kind of apps? More technically, Apple, iOS, it does not allow for the apps to be accessible to those private information. So have you thought about that issue?
I'll start off and anybody can add on to my comments. So we do have in our written solution, we do have some regulation for those people who actually don't have a mobile phone number to register for this Good to Go app. So those, if the user kind of happens to not own a trackable mobile number within the country, further identification will be required. So with other means such as like their national ID perhaps, or like passport identification. And after submitting like a photo of identification, they will also receive like a video call through the app for like final stage of identification. Since this app is administered by the government per se, we believe that it will be feasible enough for those people who don't really have a phone number to still use the app on a daily basis.
Thank you very much for the answer. I'll move on to, we have a question from Professor Do-Chang Lee. Professor.
Thank you for your presentation, and I'd like to piggyback on questions, MC's question and Professor Ryu's question on contact tracing app. You talk about technical issues, you talk about people with no phones, people with no access to these apps. But I like to say, even if some people have this access, if somebody, he or she can actually insist not installing any apps or not being traced by government based on his or her constitutional, freedom to be not traced. What's your comment about that?
I think I'll first comment on your question. So you were asking like if people might not want to install the app, but like given the scenario that this pandemic has been there for like 10 years, we believe that people already have an awareness on this pandemic, that we really require tracing and tracking to make sure that no pandemic is spread more, so there will be no more confirmed cases. So I think people already have some awareness that they have to collaborate and share their information so that the government can really deal with this issue really quickly. And also we are kind of thinking to educate the public in their tertiary institution or elementary and secondary schools, so that more students are available, that more all like acknowledgeable that their help on like tracking their places will eventually help the safety of the nation.
And
Quick response to that question, or that answer. That's. I mean, pardon me if I'm being a little too aggressive, but that can be a little too totalistic. It's not really democratic approach to anything, because you can educate people to be, complacent, to be very, they can be very easygoing to governments, and in some countries it's not the norm. I don't know the situation in this particular scenario, but I just wanted to ask, what if people refuse to be necessarily educated to follow the philosophy? And I just wonder if you have thought about the situations, which is really going on right now in Western Europe and in America.
Yes, we are aware that in order to ensure that all people install the app, the social norm, well, people are okay with their privacy being infringed for the wider public interest, is required to allow such comprehensive investigation of tracking and tracing is to be achieved. And so we will try to approach to inform the public as much as possible that the installation of Good to Go app is safe and that the privacy of individuals will be ensured. So in terms of privacy, once a record of visit is encrypted, the app does not store any publicly accessible list or database that users can read through. So we will try to inform the users that other users or any will be able to access their information, and also the access rights to the photo albums or USB storages on smartphones or users' Wi-Fi connections will be blocked indefinitely. And so we will try to inform the users as much as possible and appreciate that the installation of Good to Go app will not invade one's privacy. And we hope that the government can educate the public through public advertisements or such and we hope that such education would be able to persuade the public and change the social norm to an extent.
Okay.
Before I move on,
I don't want this question to take up on too much time, so I'd like to move on to some other question real quick. You said you're going to basically keep the economy stable by providing, some packages, stimulus package, but you'll have to issue a lot of government bonds. But you're basically, the society is going to be in a significant amount of debt, and you can see that there's going to be inflation, insurmountable inflation after the pandemic, after you mitigate all the problems. Have you thought about the approach of, say, economic stimulus and the ramification and consequence in negative way in terms of economy? Have you thought about it?
Team Alive.
As far as understand, do you mean that our policy might make lots of money and country bonds so that we might not be able to pay back off.
Oh, you'll be able to pay back off, but to be able to do that, the economy will face significant inflation. That's textbook economy, and if you come to that end, you have any sort of a secondary sort of a backup plan to mitigate another problem that comes after this?
I'll answer your question first. Maybe other people can add on to my point. So I think the priority for us is to mitigate the situation as fast as possible, because under this pandemic situation, economic activity cannot really go along. For example, part-time jobs or service area, they might not really able to go along. So our priority is to first help the situation really quick so that people can get to their normal life without pandemic diseases, so that they can work on and maybe they can build up their financial stability through the working. And yeah, there be a problem that you suggested, like economic inflation, but I think the priority for us is to focus more on solving this issue.
Thank you very much for the answer. And I have the next question for Team Alive regarding the short-time working scheme as a means to economically stabilize people who are more prone to economic losses during this pandemic. The scheme suggests that the employees get 70% of the average Mount West income multiplied by the would-be workable hours. The workable hours, they could have worked more if not for this pandemic, if I got it right. So my question is, this 70% of average monthly Mount West income multiplied by the workable hours that would have been worked if it not was for the pandemic, would it come out of the company's pocket or the government would fund it? And if the government would fund it, wouldn't the government need funding in the medical infrastructure and in pertaining to the pandemic? And if it come out of the company's pocket, then wouldn't the companies, especially small enterprises, go bankrupt or have to liquefy and essentially lay off employees?
So may I answer on this question? So as the MC has pointed out, the money from the short-time work scheme will be provided in the company's pocket, while government will subsidize through decreasing taxes to those companies who are adopting short-time work scheme. And for the spending on the company versus spending on the medical, we are planning on the budget reformation, since we still have some budgets in other areas, while current budget for health is literally zero.
To add on to her point, we kind of did investigation on how the other countries are dealing with short-time work scheme, and through our research, we found that most countries do 70% of their standards in other countries. So we put this 0.7 as the standard, and then also the reason why we choose 0.7 is that we're not going to provide any further support for the people. Like currently in Korea, like the government is giving some money for the individuals to come up to deal with their situation, but our Mount West government will not provide any such new support. So because we are not providing any support, so we thought giving 70% as the standard would be short-term solution for the employees who are not able to work.
Thank you for the answer. And I'd like a follow-up, because all of these questions relate to economy and all of these problems are intertwined. So one leads to the other and the other leads to the other. So coming to the government, we see that in the proposal, the government is proposing a reduction of utility and water bills by 15%. And on top of that, there would be extra cost on the health sector because the government has to cater for the patient who got infected with NRD31, and then the government has to provide facilities for isolation who are suspected patients. So essentially, the government would have to spend significant amount in the healthcare sector, going beyond their devised budget. And then the government would also have to pay subsidy to those companies who are willing to take part in this short-time working scheme. And then the government would also have to propose reduction in water and utility bills. So in this scenario, not only the small and medium enterprises and small businesses, but the government would also run out of money quickly. And when the government runs out of money quickly, there are no means to support further deteriorating health of people. So what are your comments?
Firstly, for the reduction in utilization fee, we were thinking not to use it for like 6 months, but it's just short term. It will be short term, and it will be used under real serious pandemic situation. So, this utility fee will be the short term solution for our problem, and then for other causes, we think we need to really do the budget reallocation, because like when you look at the budget allocation, there are some budget that is irrelevant to the current situation, such as defense. We also think defense is quite important, but in this situation, we think budget reallocation is really needed, and particularly I think we need to distribute the budget of defense or other infrastructure to other areas so that we can use it.
And apart from budget relocation, our aims for policy 1 and 2 is try to control and minimize the spread of NRD31 so that we can seize this pandemic in the beginning. And if it gets really serious cases, we believe that we have to get some hands from World Bank.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. And before I move on to my next question, I'd like to invite the professors if they have any queries.
Yes, can I ask a question?
Sure, sir, please go on.
Yes. So you laid out many policies to address the future pandemic set in 2031, which is 10 years from now. But it seems to me that many of your policies can be readily implemented today, I mean, for this COVID-19 pandemic of 2021. So my question is, among your policies for 2031, are there some policies that cannot be implemented today due to various reasons, such as the political and economic limitations or cultural resistance or budgetary constraints, etc. But that will be applicable or be effective in 10 years. So something that cannot be implemented today, but can be or can better be implemented in 10 years.
Personally, I will go with my personal view. So what I think is short-time work scheme because firstly because like at this current situation, because not many companies are doing remote teleworking, it might be hard for companies to really adopt this policy. But in 2031, I think the technology is more developed, and like with our product Lucky glasses, I think more teleworking will be possible in 2031. So even if they reduce the working time I think people are possible to work at home with reduced working hours.
Okay, I have one more question. Because I have many more questions, but due to shortage of time, I will just wind up the question answer session with 2 more questions here on. First question is, regarding the policy 5 and 6, which pertains to aiding startups in the country, I believe that these startup support programs are intended in boosting the economic activity during the pandemic. But my main question is that a pandemic is such a thing which brings down up and running flourished businesses, and startups are very fragile, vulnerable businesses with new ideas which need lots of support. So in a hostile environment, the startups, instead of economically being viable and productive, may end up costing the government a lot of money and not being able to flourish well. So is it necessary to support or start doing startups amidst a very raging pandemic?
May I start? So we believe that fostering startup is pretty important in such ways, since according to OECD nations, startups actually account high percentage of the employment and the working economy, up to 20%. And because, as you mentioned, the government budget may not be as much as we can support startups. So that's why we're actually supporting policy 6 to develop a network between other investors, they're not government sector, and the startups.
And to add on to this question, we will not apply this policy to every startup that is beginning in the pandemic situation, but we will set up strict categories and criteria to invest in the certain startup that the government will be investing. So we will set up several criteria in terms of the suitability for listing of the investment, and also about whether the startup has a very good future vision in relation to the business, and also talk about the continuity of the business for at least 2 financial years prior to investing in the startup business.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And before I move on to my last question of the session and then ask the honorable team to present their concluding speech, I would like to give the stage to the professors if they have any remarks or questions. Okay, my last question to Team Alive is, in case of a lockdown, because we have seen in the scenario that there are sporadic cases of NRD31 across the city, and a mass infection or a clustered infection is imminent because this virus is super contagious. It not only spreads through droplets, but is also spreading through aerosol, and public are using public transport which are very congested, and in eating places, especially in schools during phase 1 or phase 2 of the social distancing regulations. In schools we have lunch timings during which you cannot wear a mask and people have to take off the mask to consume food, and it's very likely that, and we've seen across this historically as well, that these infections, there were clustered reports of clustered infections in schools and middle schools and higher schools and colleges. So in case that happens and the situation goes out of control, there is no policy that caters for lockdown. For example, in a complete lockdown, a small business owner like a restaurant or a person who drives a taxi would be completely out of job. So the government does not have any sustenance plans for the people who do not have any savings to rely on in that period. And no one can say how long that lockdown will proceed. So the policy or the solution submitted lacks the insight on that. Would you comment?
Is it possible if you can if you can repeat your questions once again?
In case of a mass lockdown, more than 100 infection cases per day, the city will go a complete lockdown and all the businesses and all activities will halt. In that case, how will the government support people who are below the poverty line who do not have any means of sustenance or savings to rely on?
I think the first thing what they can do is go do the loan like one of our policies suggests that we provide support loan with low interest rate of 1.2% up to 25,000 US dollar. Maybe I believe they can approach to that loan first. And then as we can see in the current situation, we think the lockdown will not last longer than 3 months. So I believe some people might be able to sustain their life with their loan first, and with reduced utility fee, they might able to sustain their living for a while, but it'll be short term.
All right, thank you very much. And personally, because this scenario is very relatable with the ongoing situation, we are all very frustrated because of the social distancing and restrictions put upon us. We are suffering financially, we are suffering psychologically and physiologically as well. And these are hard times indeed for the entire global community. And thus, I found your proposal very relatable and very good indeed. And I apologize if my line of questioning was rather a bit aggressive, but nonetheless, your answers were quite sufficient and good, and your ideas were good. I would like to commend your team for that. Having said that, I would have a concluding remark that all the policies that the government propose, they need to take into consideration a few aspects: the people's aspiration, their legal aspects, and also the long-lasting repercussions of the policy. For example, you cannot sustain an economy which is built on debt. It's something called a debt trap. So small enterprises, they are all interlinked. One enterprise goes into a loan. The taxi driver who relies for his sustenance on his wages, he ends up in loan, and the other people who are connected to him, they end up in loan, and it's a cycle of loans. So there is no way for the government, only the government can bail them out or write off the loans. In that way, the government will incur heavy losses. So the policy needs to take into account consideration long-term aspects which are going to come, and also the legal aspects. You cannot enforce some tracking or tracing that will be detrimental to the fundamental rights of people, and those are constitutional or legal aspects of policy making. Nonetheless, it was a very good effort on your part, and we were all very thrilled to hear your proposal. And I wish all of you stay healthy and safe and play your part in making this world corona-free again. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Team Alive for their concluding speech.
Okay, I'll be delivering the concluding speech. So, despite living in a world with an invisible threat, we believe that our policies and products can help the people in Mount West to achieve happiness. So first, we will combat the virus and aim to minimize the number of infections as much as possible with our Policy 1 and Policy 2, as well as our Product Good to Go app. They will provide a solution to the core problem itself by minimizing human-to-human contact and reducing the peak in healthcare demand. And as a result, a decent number of working population can be maintained, and this will reduce the country's economic loss. And people will become less anxious about the fear of getting infected, and also become psychologically stabilized. And second, we will achieve economic stability through Policy 3, 4, 5, and 6. We will help to protect the individuals from sudden unemployment for financial crisis and allow them to earn income and maintain a decent living standard during the pandemic. And we are aware that the government may suffer from loans, so we will try to gain help from other countries through international collaborations, and also lend a hand from the World Bank as well. And through our product Lookie, the people will also be able to work normally with high efficiency despite having to work remotely. And since many companies and individuals experience hardships in remote working, we hope that the supply of Lookie can provide a suitable equipment and a better environment to increase the work efficiency and effective communication between the workers. And we also believe that this product will be useful in the long term when applied in the areas of elderly medical checkups, educational industries, and for numerous other purposes. And third, we will bring psychological well-being to Mount West. We will aim to keep the citizens well informed about the disease to reduce fear and anxiety issues in society with our Policy 7 and 8. So fewer people will suffer from digital security issues, and fewer people will attempt to spread false information to the public. And during this difficult time, the psychologically vulnerable population will be able to gain emotional comfort through aid and support with our policy 9 and 10. We will not leave behind the people suffering from mental health issues and ensure that all of the population group survive throughout the pandemic. And lastly, using all of the solutions above, we will help the citizens of Northwest to achieve the ultimate goal of life, happiness. We hope everyone would be able to stay alive and happy in a life less ordinary. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for a very lively concluding speech. I would like to request the honorable professors to evaluate their proposal. And while submitting the evaluation of the proposal, kindly, if they can provide us with some written feedback and comments about the team's performance, that would be very generous of them.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, both to the MCs and the professors. We had a lot of fun preparing this.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for presenting and best of luck for the results.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the finals of Pioneer 2071, questioning the next 50 years. My name is Ibrahim bin Yasser, and it is my pleasure to adjudicate this debate along with my assistant MC, Chewok Lee. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all the teams that made it to the final round. Joining us on the panel today are Professor Kyungril Park from Graduate School of Science and Technology Policy, Professor Alice Oh from KAIST School of Computing, Professor Tongsu Han from Department of Electrical Engineering, and finally Professor Shin Yu from School of Computing KAIST. The scenario that we will discuss today is set in the country of Iraq, which has established itself as a global leader in artificial intelligence that has evolved to outperform humans in numerous fields. However, the ubiquitous use of AI has taken away many jobs. In response, the government of Iraq has established a basic income support system for its populace. The few jobs that are left are largely influenced by the new testing system Title that has caused an excessively competitive atmosphere among the youth. With Iraq facing problems like unemployment, lack of self-realization, and class polarization, let's see how the finalists intend to tackle these issues. The teams we have today are Team Goosebrain, Missing Semester, and Okai. After the amazing semifinals, let's see what the three teams have in the bag for us. I wish all of the participants best of luck and may the best team win. Before starting the presentations, I would request all the participants to keep viewing the Shin shared by Pioneers 2071. So without further ado, I'd like to open the presentation session today with Team Okai. Team Okai, you have 15 minutes.
May I start now? Can you guys see the screen?
Yes, we can. You may start.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're Team OK, and we'll be giving the presentation addressing the issue of education, economics, and AI. In the given scenario, Iraq is highly developed in the aspect of AI, but faced with a number of serious problems. To resolve these problems, we have come up with several new policies and products. Also, based on the remarks made from the MCs and the professors and the opposing team in the last session, we made more efforts in analyzing this given scenario. As a result, we came up with few new ways to improve our policies and products, and thus, this will create our new ideal country, Iraq. The basic ideology of the new era corresponds with 사인여천. This means to serve people like Kevin. In Iraq, there appears to be an extreme polarization. 54% of the people are not working and spending their days meaninglessly, losing their will to achieve and fulfill their dreams. Moreover, no industries other than AI is emphasized. The diversity is gone long ago in this country, and of course, human dignity is very at the risk. Therefore, in accordance with the idea of 사인여천, by bringing these three factors into the society, we strongly believe that Iraq can become a real utopia. Iraq needs new innovative policies to become a better society. Policies are divided into 6 categories. Through these, we hope to solve existing social problems in Iraq. First, tax policy should be strengthened to address the polarization that is prevalent in Iraq. At the same time, the basic income system is continuously implemented and progressive taxes are applied to increase taxes from high-income earners. Using the funds gained from this, we'll be able to implement a variety of policies and products. In addition, unearned taxes, income taxes are applied to curb the phenomenon of the rich and poor and provide a bridge to class movement. Some people might pose opposition to this new policy and say that this might lead to brain drain issues. However, Iraq marks the end of a polarized society and extreme measures must be taken. According to the data given by the committee, people working in the field of AI earns 50 times more money than the people suffering from the current society. Also, considering the minimum cost of living, implementing these measures wouldn't cause much actual troubles to high-income earners. Currently, Iraq is on the verge of collapsing. Therefore, this tax policy must be implemented immediately, although it may seem harsh. Therefore, it is approved. Regarding the issue of title, the admission quota of AI educational institutions should be doubled. If the number of AI institutions is increased, the competition rate for title exams can be lowered, so the overheated private education can also be lowered. Not only the evaluation elements of the title test, the evaluation within the AI educational institution can also select true developers, which will foster more competitive developers. After doubling the number of students, the government has to set a rule that requires 50% of the students to be selected from the low-income households. Currently, although devastating, the only way to become a high-ranking official in Iraq is to have AI-related jobs. This may be solved by implementing the policies we proposed after time passes on. However, right now, Iraq is in a very serious situation. The government must provide a way for people in low-income area to be reborn as high-income earners immediately, and this policy will provide a way. In addition, care should be taken to ensure that the title test is not a test to select only AI developers, but a test that can be used as an evaluation data for all occupations. As most of OK's other policies seek to foster new industrial sectors, title should be a credible test for other professionals. In order to do so, Field 3 and 4 should be more focused. This could help narrow the gap between jobs, as most of them would require taking the title exam to choose from. Compulsory education and lifelong education are essential to develop the ability of people to have economic power in a future society where the total amount of information and knowledge is increasing. Therefore, courses up to high school should be designated as compulsory education, and the title tests should be reorganized to reflect them thoroughly. Also, reinforcing our public education quality is needed. Giving professional after-school programs is a way. Abolition of preparatory school can also be a policy. As a result, we hope to create an equal society where all people in Iraq is given the equal right to take the education they need, and no student is left out of the policy education system due to financial or other issues. After 50 years, humans will have longer lifespan. There is need for people to study during their whole lifetime in a fast-changing society of 2071. Therefore, proper education should be given considering the age of each people. And life respect education and humanities should also be emphasized in this AI-focused society to achieve factors like human dignity. Furthermore, Iraq needs to diversify its industry structure. Developing not only AI, but also other areas will be a good way to improve Iraq society, and the most ideal way would be to carry this out under government control. Making an appropriate cognition among the society is needed in Iraq. This can be done using media. PSA is a kind of advertisement which coincides with public interest. Nowadays, media have an enormous power and advertisements, and they can have an enormous impact on us unconsciously. The government must provide advertisements which emphasize the message that every job is valuable so that people cannot compare each other's value. It is very crucial to make people believe that all jobs and working industry are all superb, so that importance of doing what they really want, not only pursuing career in AI, can be established in the social atmosphere. This can eventually lead to narrowing the gap between people and diversifying the industry structure of Iraq. In Iraq, if the AI industry is weakened by unpredictable events, it will deal a fatal blow to the country's economy. Also, excessive competition is caused because only a small portion of the population can work in AI industries. Therefore, efforts should be made to develop various industries under constant watch of the government. First, the government should establish large-scale facilities to pave the way for new industrial development. It is necessary to stretch out Iraq's potential in various fields. Researchers from various majors will be hired in a large scale, related research will be actively conducted, and the pie in the economy will grow as it is applied to new products and services. Secondly, we need to create a system that systematically supports startups. It is necessary not only to pay initial subsidies, but also to help people in related jobs receive mentoring and to help them network with various people. Naturally, by market principles, people choose cheaper products, which are products made using AI if they are of similar quality. However, human economic activities involve not only supply and demand, price and utility, but also individual psychology and social culture. Considering this fact, the government should systematically support the branching of products and services of small business owners and self-employed people. Secondly, among companies that do not borrow AI technology, those deemed to be human heritage should be selected as human cultural assets and craftsmen and supported. Finally, a new consumption that calls for consumption of man-made things should be promoted by gathering individual brands. Human cultural assets and events like fairs should be often held for these people.
Considering the policies, we have come up with 3 products to overcome the crisis that the era currently faces. The first product that we came up with is the 2071 job fair. This will provide people of EROC opportunities to experience various existing jobs. Students can experience AI-related jobs as well as jobs of other fields such as arts or entertainment. By providing and instilling dreams to students through this job fair, the final goal of this product is to help them break down and escape from the perception that they only need to have AI-related jobs to succeed in life. They will realize that they can have and do so much more than AI and pursue various careers as they grow up. This fair offers opportunities for not only students but also for adults. Because AI is highly developed and used in most industries, even if they may be working in a field that doesn't require much AI technology, it is essential for them to know what AI is and how it is used in other industries. It is also very important for people working in the field of AI to acquire relevant knowledge and know how their technology is being used in other industries. This job fair can provide non-AI workers and AI workers what they must know in this 2071 society. And the second product is public service announcements for industrial diversification. EROC in 2071 continues to be gloomy in terms of industry, with more than half of the people not having their own jobs, as well as the over-focused industrial distribution of AI. To solve these problems, EROC government has put forward various industrial diversification policies and has produced public service announcements to deliver messages that support them. Through various media, public service advertisements give a message to the people so that they can take on new jobs or new challenges. Through this, EROC will finally be able to create a variety of industrial markets. The slogan of the government's PSA is "Colorful changes shining in the middle of the AI." To effectively deliver the message, EROC has produced posters and are known to produce installation art for easy access in public places. It is hard to expect a dramatic effect, but a small number of perception changes will gradually bring new changes to EROC's industrial market. And the third product is AI robot customizing service. This product is developed by the government in order to fully support people enjoy their jobs or hobbies. The way to receive the customized AI robot is very simple. All you need to do is to just fill out the application format on ARCO's website. Information like basic personal information, your current job, the reason for needing this robot, future plan of usage are required. Then the application is reviewed by ARCO, and if there is no special reason for this qualification, the created robot will be delivered to the requested destination. Since the service is offered at a very low price, anyone with passion can easily achieve their dream with the help of robots. The usage of the delivery robot is regularly checked by monitoring staff once a month. It allows individuals to extend the expiration date of the robot and get after-sales service if necessary. In this way, ARCO actively supports the public to enjoy their affluent life utilizing AI robots. Also, since it has become easier for people to reach AI technology, we hope to solve the polarization issue of EROC society. Additionally, EROC always tries its best to share the public's voices. In this case, if you visit ARCO's website, you can check out communication platform named What Critics Say. In this way, EROC has made various platforms to gather the public's opinion. To conclude, previously, EROC has reached an irreversible level of layer polarization and an AI-oriented industrial distribution. As each of the problems interlocked, it led to a vicious circle. Thus, the introduction of some extreme policies was inevitable. Policies such as the introduction of a wealth tax and reorganization of title may be considered unsatisfactory to some high-income earners. But they were essential changes for EROC's long-term growth. By the reorganization of title, more diverse and talented students are now effectively recruited from each university. Thus, students who had not been able to break the 5% wall are now given an opportunity to realize their dreams. In addition, EROC has made the biggest effort to diversify industries. This has enabled the country to expand their options in the industrial market. This will result in positive changes in the AI industry as well as in other industries. All of the EROC industries are now expected to maintain symbiotic relationships with each other and develop very rapidly. The old era was like an AI powerhouse, which was only good to live superficially. However, through this change, EROC has reborn as an ideal society by achieving equality, diversity, and human dignity. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing your compelling ideas. This was Team Mukai. Now we will move on to the next theme, missing semester.
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes, you may start.
Okay. So, hello. Our team is Missing Semester with the logo Filling Gaps and Making Sensations. So let me just give you a brief introduction to EROC before we begin. So EROC is a country made out of 4 distinct components. So firstly, AI. So EROC is leading a high-tech AI industry, and thus, through the revenue generated by this high-tech, they introduce basic income. Basic income provides a comfortable life for non-working class. However, as the AI, because due to the AI, the required jobs decrease, so they use the exam called Title to select working age population, and this Title exam separates elites from non-elites. So we envision a core value through using our core values, and we have 7 core values: so perseverance, empowerment, innovation, humanity, open-mindedness, integrity, and intellectual curiosity. To name a few, so we believe that humanity is our first and last resort, and AI is our tool. And moreover, we believe in innovation, where we try new things and venture beyond our boundaries. And through these core values, we aim to achieve these following objectives. So firstly, human and AI, we recognize the differences between AI and humans. Society, we value social integration. The people, we believe that only by fostering and performing ownership and responsibility within society and making use of decision-making rights can a community come together. And we also believe in repurposing the government budget. And through careful analysis of future scenarios, we want to build a sustainable and future-oriented budget. We also want to regard on some aspects on policy and to create a social safety net and to reform the title and jobs. So to conclude, the overview of the problems are the following. So the first problem is that EROC is title and basic income oriented. So title has been introduced to deal with the excessive demands for AI-related jobs, and the basic income has been introduced to provide basic needs to the largely unemployed class. However, due to the introduction of basic income, there is a malformation of the distribution of the national budget, and due to the large non-working class, most of the national budget is focused on welfare and less on other sectors to sustain the large non-working class. As you can see in this graph, 64% or more than 60% of the entire government budget is allocated in basic income. Also, our problem includes the lack of student relief plans for students who didn't pass the title exam, as the title exam can only be taken once in every life. And since all of the power is concentrated in fields dominated by title passers, we believe that there has to be some student relief plans, but currently in Iraq, the discussion on these issues have been scarce. And there is job monopolization and also nepotism society, where members of the elite class support each other in various ways to maintain their social economic status. So this creates a huge impact on the society, where it leads to high dropout rates, high student stress levels, job monopolization, and also crave for self-realization for people who hadn't passed the title. So we introduce policies to alleviate and even solve the problems introduced here. So our first policy, and probably the most important policy, is to adjust the basic income. We believe that excessive basic income depresses people's willingness to work and creates freeloaders, and the current national budget is overly concentrated in welfare. Therefore, if you see in this graph, you can see that only by basic income, a two-person household has a 120K surplus each year, which is too much. Therefore, we want to repurpose the current budget to our policies. So firstly, we want to decrease the basic income and also adjust the basic income based on the grade level. So before, the basic income was more than needed. So therefore, we adjust the basic income to be just as adequate. And also we adjust the basic income for age 18 or below to provide some motivation for school. So you can see that before, for age 18 or below, they just gave 70K each. However, we want to adjust so that the basic income scales per each year in school. So where N is the year in school. And for the industrial part, we believe that title is not the most perfect solution, as it provides only one chance, and also it is the only unique evaluation method available. There is a 5% required workforce of Iraq, and this creates a lot of problems, including job monopolization and the creation of small privileged class of people. And also people crave for self-realization through labor, but they are just not given the opportunity to do so. Therefore, we want to introduce some financial support for startups. We encourage startups to happen, and we especially encourage startups of these following categories, where they are not AI-based, and they are formed primarily of students who didn't pass the title, and also they are derived from the capstone projects, which we are going to introduce to you later on. And also, we want to supplement employment. We believe that the current required workforce is small, so we want to also provide some additional employment that possible for the citizens of Iraq. And we want to provide a 5% of lottery-based jobs that expires in a year, and a 5% skill-based jobs. And we want to make the lottery-based jobs so that the longer one attends school, the higher the probability in being selected in the lottery-based jobs. We also want to repurpose education, especially education for students. So students, they currently only focus on the title, and also they focus on only individual excellence. Therefore, we believe that schools need to find and foster students' potential in various ways. However, title gives pressure to these students. Therefore, we introduce quite a different kind of educational policies, such as capstone projects. And we believe that the advantage of capstone projects is we allow students to communicate and collaborate, which is not provided in the current title system. We also have students work actively on solving societal problems. We also believe that some additional benefits can be caused, such as the possibility to have new jobs related to the project. And we also provide mentors who are given the potential to further improve the capstone project itself. The capstone project is going to be consisted of many different levels, about 3 or 4 levels, where there is level 1, which is mandatory for solving school problems, and a level 2, which is for solving a societal problem, and also conducting a field test to ascertaining whether the policy can be helpful on actually solving a social problem. Also, we provide a new job opportunity for the top 1% at level 2, such to provide more opportunities and to decrease the reliance on title to get a job, maintain and improve the capstone project itself. And there's also like a pre-capstone project. And also, as I've introduced before, we introduce a capstone mentoring project for the students that score top 1% on level 2. And also, we want to repurpose the education donation, as we believe that currently there is little to none interaction between the elite groups and the non-elite groups. Therefore, we want to establish some educational donation programs, such as after-school programs or camps. We believe that education for adults needs to be reformed as well. Currently, there is a monopolization of jobs by title passers, and thus creating a disproportionate numbers of non-workers and dropouts. However, we also believe that people crave for self-realization. Therefore, we want to diversify education and jobs. We want to create a constant flow of students, and also, in conclusion, satisfying the cravings of citizens. So we implement the lifelong learning. The lifelong learning is constituted of 2 different kind of classes. The preparatory class, which prepares students for the title, and the hobby class, which focus on non-title areas for enjoyment that are linkable to employment and are open to everyone. Also, we want to provide jobs that teach these lifelong learning programs, thus creating more job opportunities for the citizens of Iraq. Also, we want to reduce the social gap, reduce the miscommunication and non-communication between the elite citizens and the non-elite citizens of Iraq. And we want to provide a chance to discuss national policies. Therefore, we want to provide new fields for communications, such as holding mandatory social connection events, semi-mandatory social connection events every year, and also establishing an annual public conference where people can communicate freely on societal ideas and societal policies. Lastly, we want to make people more professional. So currently in Iraq, there is an excessive concentration of wealth and power by the AI sector, created a socio-economic hierarchy within Iraq, and the other 95.2% are socially deprived, as title is the only evaluation method available, and the elite class supports each other to maintain their socio-economic status. Therefore, we want to implement hackathons within schools to encourage cooperation among students. And also, you want to implement specific exams for certain specialized jobs. We believe that if our solution would have a great effect on Iraq. We believe that our capstone design project solution will provide a paradigm shift for career opportunities. We believe that our exchange projects can rejuvenate life and also resolve the situation where a few elite decide the direction of the country. We believe that introducing a no work, no pay solution, inducing the unemployed population to become a working and participating part of Iraq. We also provide lifelong learning, where we provide a chance to regain the will of study and to cultivate positive attitude and self-realization. We also, lastly, to support all our amazing plans and policy, we adjust the welfare and basic income. We also provide solutions. So we actually deployed our solution live on a website, and we have a landing page that describes about Iraq and explains why our solutions are necessary if you have missed it. So our team goal is to fill in for the missing semester of people of Iraq. So we have, for instance, a lifelong learning platform where one can explore new fields, participate in activities, and nurture passion. So we provide a really short YouTube video for it. I hope there's no sound, but just an introduction to our policy. Through lifelong learning platform is constituted of a preparatory class and a hobby class, and we encourage a self-motivated pursuit of knowledge. We also provide a capstone project platform, which is for the support of our policy, which encourages critical thinking, presentation ability, and also provides a full cycle of education. Lastly, we also have a hackathon platform. So through this hackathon platform, people can register, showcase, and be mentored on their new ideas. So in summary, we introduced these policies. So we believe that firstly, a decreased grade level in based basic income. Secondly, we want to provide an advantage for willingness of work. Policy 3, we increase financial support for startups. Policy 4, we want to supplement employment. Policy 5, we provide capstones and pre-capstone design projects. Policy 6, we establish educational donation programs. Policy 7, we implement lifelong learning. Policy 8, we hold 6 semi-mandatory social connection events every year. Policy 9, we establish an annual public conference. Policy 10, we implement hackathons within school for cooperation among students. Policy 11, we implement specific exams for certain specialized jobs. And for the implementation for it, we provide different kind of platforms, such as lifelong learning platforms, capstone project platforms, and hackathon platforms. Yes. And thank you for listening. And this was Missing Semester.
Missing Semester for your presentation. Now, this brings us to the last theme of today's debate. Team Goosebrain, whenever you're ready.
Pioneers to Team Goosebrain's presentation. Improved our policies and innovations to improve with core ideologies. Core ideologies are pro-globalism, egalitarianism, and neo-humanism. First, our policies aim to promote globalization and the formation of amongst AROC's population. For future adaptability and development, AROC must become. Second, we support the philosophy that members of society are equal. In order to promote the happiness of AROC citizens, our policies aim to reduce the disparity between the elite working class and the majority. In line with the previous two core values, our neo-humanist approach places value on social equality, economic democracy, and sustainable development. Our policies and innovations will supervise public freedom and dignity while creating opportunities for the sought-after potential of organization. The primary challenge that we identified in the scenario for AROC is the most glaring, the extremely limited job market available for the AROC population. This has created a culture of hyper-competitiveness. The next issue is the corporate monopoly over the job market. Because AROC's economy revolves around the growth and income of the 18 AI companies based in the country, there is little room for startups and innovations. Those who pass the title and work in these corporations are an elite class, causing a massive social rift. Lastly, the question of AI ethics and management remains unsolved in this scenario. Regulating the development of AI to ensure it remains beneficial for humans is key to the stability of the nation. We have three main policy areas focusing on the job market, corporate management, and education, with 4, 3, and 3 policies within respectively. Additionally, we have come up with an innovation to support our policies in each area.
Okay, so our first policy is to expand the tourism sector of AROC, making it a renowned destination for high-end luxury tourism and arts, similar to present-day Dubai or Paris. We have 2 main initiatives to kickstart this sector. We will promote a new kind of luxury tourism, serviced by humans rather than machines. The service sector in AROC makes up roughly 32% of the employed population. This is less than half the proportion of many developed countries today, so there's certainly room for growth in this industry, which will expand to create jobs in the human service sector. The second tourism initiative is to make AROC a hub of new age art. AROC, as the leading nation in AI, can demonstrate how AI and art can be combined to produce new and exciting media. Boosting tourism in AROC will both create jobs and support creativity, while also bringing foreign capital to the economy. In our second policy, AROC will fully utilize one of the biggest marketing tools of modern times, social media. Social media is currently a $61.4 billion industry, and the demand for it is expected to increase as the current generation matures. Providing formal education in this sector will address several layers of the given scenario. First off, it will create a job market. Influencers will have a management team even for medium to small creators, and we see that even today. Even in current influencer logistics, agreements between an influencer and a company usually involve economic value being shared among many different parties. Second, this program also serves as a catalyst for our expansion of our tourism job market.
Our innovation for social media propaganda, which I will describe next, will create an attractive image of AROC to aid the expansion of luxury tourism and the human service sector. Furthermore, the social media platform will act as a bridge between and dialogue between the government and citizens. So our first innovation complements our first two policies. It is propaganda to promote AROC as an arts and high-end tourist destination. We will implement this through several stages, including promotion through our new social media ambassadors. AROC, as the country with the most advanced AI technology, will become a leader in the new genre of art that combines AI and human creativity. An annual AI art festival can further boost tourism internationally, while this comprehensive program of propaganda will also benefit perceptions of creative professions in the previously AI-focused AROC population. So now I'll go on to our third job market policy, which is for a startup ecosystem. Currently, AROC's economy is concentrated on large AI companies. In order to increase employment and diversify AROC's economy, AROC needs to foster entrepreneurship and innovation. So a government ministry of entrepreneurship will foster startups, providing tax incentives based on size, social responsibility, and importantly, growth potential. A business education to promote this program can also be integrated as part of our education reforms, which I will describe later. Our last job market policy is to limit working hours. In AROC, where the unemployment rate is 54%, the working class is facing high stress levels and there is extreme competition among individuals in the society. Therefore, a new law will be introduced to prevent anyone from working more than 6 hours a day. Of course, there can be exceptions for some professions, but according to present research data, working for shorter hours actually increases productivity and efficiency. Thus, limiting working hours will have a net positive impact. We will get a happier, more cheerful population. One good example in this regard is Sweden. Furthermore, it's expected that because of this law, there will be a significant increase in the number of job openings. For example, jobs with long hours will employ 2 people rather than just 1. Hence, the employment rate will increase significantly. Of course, we understand that employing more people will have short-term increased costs, but the long-term increase in productivity and employee satisfaction will boost profits to become self-sustaining.
Now let's move on to policies for corporate management. The value of data increases with the prevalence of AI. In AROC's digitized society, the contemporary tax system is not adequate since the data assets of the AI conglomerates are not considered. One way to solve this problem is to tax companies on their volume of data collection. Implementing this data tax system has several benefits. It not only raises the government budget, but also eliminates the concentration of wealth and power in corporations. Our 6th policy is for workforce diversification. AROC's AI industry workforce is almost unanimously from the elite class. With this in mind, a tax cut policy for cooperating companies will be implemented. Incentives for the workforce transformation will include enhanced collaborative projects and a holistic job application assessment process. Employing a wider variety of applicants will introduce a more fresh outlook on the existing problems, as well as diversify the company's working body. More variety will also positively affect the employee engagement, financial performance, and future talent attractiveness. In order for the admission process reform to take effect, public awareness of the company's policies should be raised. By being transparent in the hiring process to the general public, companies will get more public approval, interest, and as a result, a wider pool of applications. Ultimately, more civic participation is needed to reduce inequality. In order to meet this goal, a civilian observing group consisting of diverse volunteers will be established and granted the authority to monitor and evaluate companies' record on corporate social responsibility and a fair hiring process. Next, in a society like that of AROC, the need for assessing ethical concerns about AI systems and what we want these systems to actually do is imperative. Our 7th policy is the establishment of a government body that is responsible to design policies on AI ethics and regulate their implementation. This body is organized with 3 core values in mind. First, any AI system should be designed in an aim to supplement human activities and tasks rather than downright replace humans. Another important issue is regulation of the use of AI in weaponry. Civilian activities in weaponizing AI systems should be prohibited in AROC. Human oversight should be in place for any AI system that is developed in AROC. Second, as AROC is the global leader in the field of AI, it is best suited to initiate an international union focused on preventing the military usage of AI. AROC can lead international agreements to limit the extent of AI in weaponry and militaries in order to keep world peace in humanity's hands. Our second innovation is the software to support the data tax policy. A system will measure the amount of data collected and classify it into different types. To the user end, the system is a software that is installed on every device with an internet connection. This assists in preventing data tax fraud. Companies will pay tax based on the amount and the type of data collected from users. This tax will be the economic backing for the education policies we will explain next.
Okay, so some of our most important policies are in education. We have established that private education is elitist, allowing the rich classes to pay for better teaching. Therefore, our 8th policy is a transitional phase out of the private sector. Simply reforming the private sector would have a negligible effect, while an immediate ban on all forms of private education would be a sudden economic shock on the education sector. Therefore, we will phase it out in several stages. First, restricting sector growth, then incentivizing private staff to work at public institutions, improving overall education quality, and eventually closing down the private sector. Through this process, education can become equal for all AROC citizens. Our 9th policy is perhaps the most important, and it is the namesake of our team. This is the implementation of GOOSE, along with a reform of the existing title. Our new title will be less restrictive. Most importantly, the new policy will eliminate the harsh pass-fail cutoff. Instead, students will receive proficiency scores in multiple areas, building from the existing fields of testing provided to allow pathways into not only AI careers, but also law, medicine, political science, and more areas that still require human input in academics. Meanwhile, GOOSE will be implemented as an alternative pathway. GOOSE stands for General Occupation-Oriented Student Examination. It allows students to gain higher education in subjects that have previously been regarded as irrelevant in the AI-driven society of AROC. Students can choose to enter the GOOSE pathway as an alternative to preparing for title. These major education reforms will reduce the number of dropouts, increase education quality over a broader spectrum of disciplines, and provide higher fulfillment and lower stress for the students themselves. So our last education policy is an international exchange. A hyper-competitive culture thrives within AROC's homogeneous society because individuals struggle to stand out from the group. In combination with limited job opportunities, an extreme meritocracy has developed. To alleviate this social pressure, a two-way exchange program will be implemented. The application system for AROC students to go abroad will be voluntary but need-blind, and funding will be need-based. This policy will help AROC students realize that education need not be a rat race and that learning is independent of ranking systems. So our last innovation is the GOOSE curriculum. GOOSE, as General Occupation-Oriented Student Examination, will have main streams including sports, art, hospitality, business, and social media, though more could be added. In the GOOSE curriculum, students take theory lessons and undertake work experience either through virtual reality or in real life, depending on availability. And students will be given a proficiency score similar to our reformed title. So our title reform and implementation of the GOOSE curriculum will transform students' pathways into tertiary education and the job market. Currently, there is only one education stream for high school leavers, resulting in 92% of students giving up even before taking title, with a further 3% then failing, resulting in only the top 5% receiving the title pass accreditation. This supports the inequality and elitism pervading AROC before our policies. So our reform of title and the introduction of GOOSE addresses the key issue of the extremely high dropout rate in secondary education. Furthermore, the new pathways provide multiple streams into different sectors, meeting the demand for workers in the human service and social media sectors, which we boosted through our job market policies.
Our policies revolve around the ideologies of reshaping AROC into a pro-global, egalitarian, and neo-humanist society. Our policies and innovations work together to tackle AROC's issues. First, the service sector is increased with the promotion of arts and tourism. Then, corporate monopoly is restrained through the data tax system, as well as AI ethics regulations, upholding our neo-humanist ideal. The innovative data tax system provides the funding for the reformed education system, including the exchange program and the Goose curriculum. Our new education system not only addresses AROC's societal issues and improves AROC's international mindedness, but also complements our job market policies to provide a supply that matches the demand for service sector jobs through the said curriculum. This way, AROC's societal problems will be mitigated. Team Goosebrain will create an equal AROC.
Thank you, Team Goosebrain, for proposing your approach to answer the issue at hand. It's nice to see how all the teams put forth their novel ideas and creative policies to resolve the challenges faced by AROC, namely education, economics, and AI. Now we will move on to a discussion section where all the teams will be given 10 minutes to prepare for the Q&A session soon to follow. See you guys soon.
음소거
Should I get it?
부탁한데요.
Welcome back, everyone. I would request the participants to kindly mute themselves. Thank you. We have had 3 amazing teams present their proposals focusing on the issue of education, economics, and AI. And now we move on to the Q&A session. During the Q&A session, I would encourage all the participants to actively take part and ask critical questions, but bearing in mind the decorum. Also, kindly keep your questions brief and concise. Again, reminding that the teams can write Q along with the team name that the question is directed at in the chat, so we can give you the right to speak at your designated turn. The respected professors can unmute themselves anytime and ask their questions. Before opening the floor for questions, I would like to begin the Q&A session by asking an opening question to Team Okai. So, bringing attention to the idea 1 and 3, namely Job Fair 2071 and ARCO, Iraq Robot Customizing Organization. The job fair is solely for informing citizens of all the other professions except for AI. I kind of liked how you improved it from the SMI finals so that it can be a feedback mechanism for potential projects. And ARCO will be something ubiquitous because of the advancement in AI and robots. We failed to find too much relevance of these ideas to solve any of the suggested problems. So could you kindly elaborate? Idea 1 and 3.
Can we ask what means by to elaborate, please?
Okay, so idea 1, job fair. Idea 3, ARCO. ARCO, because of the ubiquitous use of AI and robots, and you're in 2071, ARCO will be nothing new because robots have taken those mundane jobs, right? And then job fair, it is solely for informing citizens. It doesn't create any jobs, right? So how are these two kind of gonna solve the problems that Iraq is facing right now?
Okay. I want to first clarify that job includes not only the job of the AI fields, but also the job which is created by the people who want to express themselves and make a self-realization. So by providing people the AI customizing robot service, people would have more opportunity to express themselves and do what they want and enjoy their hobby, and thereby they will naturally participate in the jobs which they like. In that way, we wanted to make people naturally create more jobs instead of restricting and providing them the few jobs by the government.
May I add some to that?
Yeah, sure. You guys have time.
As we said in the PSA and other kind of, and in the presentation, our goal is to fix the cognition and change the cognition of people that they must have AI related jobs in order to succeed. So through idea 1, job fairs, through idea 2, PSAs, and through idea 3, ARCO, we are giving them chances to experience AI and also other industry fields such as entertainment industries and agricultural industries. And thereby we're trying to instill dreams and making a perception among the social atmosphere that they can have and do so much more than AI. So I think this will eventually correlate with our basic goal, which was to fix the polarization issue and fix the industrial focusing too much on AI problem. Thank you.
Thank you for the elaborate answer. Now, my next question is for missing semester. It was explicitly stated in the scenario, quote, students who do not give up on studies suffer from severe stress due to excessive studying, unquote. The title passing rate, as well as the evaluation criteria, seems to be unchanged. Wouldn't policy 6 and 7 that focus on lifelong learning and preparatory after-school classes somehow intensify the problem? How do you plan to solve that?
Okay, firstly, thank you for your question. So we believe that the lifelong learning, and so we provide new jobs. So firstly, and our policies are mainly focusing on how can we provide jobs other than title. So we try to decrease the resilience and like the reliance on a title, and therefore by offering new opportunities for the citizens of Iraq through lifelong learning, we want to provide them with new jobs that doesn't require taking the title. And therefore, we believe that we prepare students for different kind of opportunities we have prepared. And I think so we believe that our policy is adequate. So thank you for your question, for and letting us clarifying our position.
Okay, thank you. Now, next question is from Team Goosebrain. You mentioned in the semifinals and also here that data tax and tourism will help Iraq be financially sustainable. The effect of taxing, Policy 5, can be reduced by Policy 6, where companies can avoid paying tax by being inclusive. Also, you have made no changes to the basic income support system, which takes like 64.8% of the government budget. How should the government of Iraq generate the massive amounts of money that it needs in the beginning stage to put forth the tourism and the agenda that you want?
MC, thank you for the question. So first of all, we will address the basic income system. We believe, as we mentioned before, that changing UBI is inadequate at this time since the Iraq's economy is not yet ready for that transition. Doing so in a rush will create more social unrest, which we want to avoid, and worsen hyper-competitiveness. So our plan is to first, implement policies that can make Iraq's economy more diverse and more inclusive by implementing policies that we outline on the data tax, and also through making more vibrant startup ecosystem, and also promoting new sectors that were previously not as big in Iraq's economy, such as in tourism and in art sector, which we agree would require initial investment, but we also think that these are worthwhile investment for the government to make, since we expect that these new industries will generate significant income and create more jobs for the Iraq citizens. So yes, the initial investment will be required by the government, but we are by no means trying to create a state-owned enterprise. Instead, we are actually providing help that's needed for those private corporations in the initial stage, but later on, we plan so that these private companies could be independent and able to sustain themselves. Would that answer your question?
Yeah, just a follow-up question. No change in basic income, right?
Not at this time. Yes. And also to elaborate a little bit more on that, basic income is also favored by the conservatives, and one of the reasons that why we wanted to keep UBI is because we believe that this grants more freedom to the Iraq citizens. It gives the people equal treatment, and therefore it can also empower people who lie in the more lower income side, and give them more freedom when it comes to using the resources that they were given by the government.
Okay, thank you for the great answer. Now, I would like to entertain questions from the professors. If they have any, they can unmute themselves anytime.
Okay, I want to ask something to all three teams, but please answer briefly. Suppose I am a civil rights lawyer in 2071, and I want to sue the Arab government by claiming that your title policy is a violation of human rights because you are taking away my right to choose my job. How would you respond as a policymaker?
So firstly, we missing semester go first. So our policies would implement. So currently, the only unique way for employment is title. So our policies provide new pathways for students, such as hackathons or lifelong learning mentors, and providing mandatory state rule regulated jobs, and therefore decreasing the dependence on title exams. So your concern about title exam being the only monopoly of people's job choice would be banished by our policy implementation. Thank you.
Team Okai, do you want to go next? Okay, we will start with Goosebrain.
Okay, so in our policies, we have completely reformed title, meaning that we have actually removed the harsh 5% cutoff. Instead, students will get proficiency scores and companies hire them based on a more holistic evaluation of their skills. We've also implemented a new pathway called Goose that allows various different paths into the workforce and encourages students to receive education in vocational areas as well as just academics or the AI research industry. Thank you.
So does that mean you completely abolished title in addition to fostering several non-title career paths?
No, we have not completely abolished the title. We have reformed the title system so that the increased whilst continuously maintaining the and the input into the AI conglomerates in AROC so that we don't that input into the government. Our current AI title reform, allows students to not only, like previously, the title forced students very much by the curriculum to focus AI. They were offered options in 3 and 4 subjects, but with our title, we are not. We are allowing students to specialize in more areas, so the students going into the AI system are more suited for that, and therefore the companies that are hiring from that group of students will have a better quality, will have better applicants to choose from in the end.
Okay, AI.
Okay, I'm Team Okai's Sang Lee, and thank you for a great question. And my team's answer is, our team also agrees to your mention that the original titles test can constrain the test takers' future jobs. So, as you can see in our policies, we wanted to change the title exam, and we wanted to generalize title as the exam by including various fields. So title test will become will not be a test to select only AI developers, but it'll become a test that can be used as a evaluation data for all occupations. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Do any of the other professors have any question at this moment?
So I have a question for each team. I will go with Team Okai first. I think your unique proposal is the consumption of human-made things, but I haven't. That I think is a great idea that have room to take off, but I haven't seen any related product on this agenda. So can you elaborate more on what government can do to promote organic human-made products?
Okay, thank you for your good question. And it is true that we have developed a human-made products policy, but it is also true that we didn't provide a concrete product to support our policy. But it doesn't mean that we haven't prepared any product for that. Besides the 3 products that we have suggested, we had also developed another product called human-made mark. It is the policy for providing the product that is mainly made by humans, giving a mark. In reality, there are various qualification marks such as HESUP or fair trade marks, and it makes people to give more concentration about the progress of how the product is made. By giving the products which requires much of human efforts, in their production progress, we will provide the mark in order to give people the perception that human is not inferior to the machines.
Okay, so you propose government certified human-made products. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Another question from me is goes to Team Goose. I guess you're the only team who pointed out that we're living in a globalized world and that the solution needs to reflect that. And I like that you propose enhancing tourism, which is one way to transform into a more service-driven economy. And related to that, you also pointed out that private education sector is a large business, but you still wanted to restrict that. But doesn't it somehow goes against basic human instinct or isn't it somehow unethical to prevent somebody from getting better education just because somebody has more resources than the other? And in relation to the AI, the cost of education may go down, right? So, and wouldn't banning private education substantially impede innovations in education and thus impede the development of the society in the long run?
Thank you for your question. We recognize that banning private education is quite a strong policy, but we believed that it is necessary to implement it in this very competitive EROC society, considering the elite class. The question of the right to choose a better education derives from the environment where there is still existing a better private education due to social and economic inequality. So through our policies, the public education system will actually be improved, if not become better than current private education systems. Therefore, we wanted to remove the divided education environment, so now all students in EROC can have a good quality education. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, but so in terms of keeping the title, whether we should keep the title or not, you decided to keep title, right? So in this case, if you are more consistent with your argument, I think keeping the private sector as it is, or having an alternative path and fostering public education would naturally, I thought, would be your answer solution to this. So
just to be clear, we have not kept title the same. In fact, our reformed title will be quite different from the existing system, which only allows the elite class through their private education systems to fill up the top 5%. The new title will provide opportunities through the public education system for everyone to have the chance to take title as an academic stream if they wish, or alternatively go to our other pathways for education.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Thank you for the question.
My final question goes to Missing Semester. I believe you accurately summarized the problem of EROC by saying it's title and basic income-based society, right? And as you suggest, the problem of title is that it's the only major reward that the society gives. So there needs to be a reward restructuring. But what are your thoughts on abolishing the title and creating an open job market? Should we keep title just because there's no easy alternative?
Okay, so thank you for your question. We believe that even if we abolish title, because all companies are profit-oriented and not NGOs, they want to pick the best people possible, and thus the companies themselves would eventually develop their own title exam, and thus making the competition even more fierce because each company would have their own kind of exam structure, and thus making the students' workload even harder. Therefore, we suggest different kind of pathways, and also we don't want to restrict students to be only studying in pathways and not only studying in title exams. So we provide different kind of things such as capstone projects where people can learn not only the individual excellence highlighted by title, but also collaborative excellence. And also we provide different kind of job opportunities, excluding the 5%. I think the other teams wanted to provide more access. We also want to provide more supply to the job market by providing government-oriented jobs and by restructuring the basic income system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to entertain questions from the participants also. So, missing semester, Kyung Hong Min.
Oh yes. Firstly, I want to have a question to all two teams, but more specifically to Okai. So firstly, thank you for your question. And I have an overall question about the policy. So your policy mentioned about empowering lower to middle class people and providing more support to them. However, I think one of the aspects that you haven't focused on or addressed is regarding freeloaders, or people who don't provide positive impact of society and only live off a basic income. Therefore, I was wondering like how you would handle these freeloaders. Thank you.
Okay, would you like to entertain the question?
May I answer the question?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
First of all, our team thinks that they are not freeloaders. We mean, maybe your team should think. I think our team thinks that every people doesn't have to work because of their living. I mean, the government gives them money for their living, so we think that they have their freedom to choose whether they want to do. So we don't think that they're freeloaders at all. Thank you.
Could I add something to that?
Yeah, sure.
In our policy, our aim was the happiness of the people of Aero, and we don't think that people need to be essentially productive in order to be happy and in order to be worth it. So we think that every person and every people deserve to be happy, and every people have their worth. So just by thinking that they don't work and they're just staying indoors and doing their hobbies, that doesn't mean that they're not productive and they don't deserve to get basic incomes as said in your policy. So we were about to ask that, but so that is our answer. So we actually think that some people in the Aerox society would be just happy right now, just living off using basic income provided by the government. But there might be some people not realizing their self-realization, so having the trouble. So my idea is that we need to consider both those people. So I think it is just a little bit over to force everyone to work on the job market. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to Goosebrain, I just want to ask, do these happy people create the handmade products? Those who don't want to work? Okay.
Of course they can, but if they don't want, we will not force them to work. We want to make clear that our team's main purpose is to provide people who want to work their jobs, but we won't force any people to work, because we don't think that working makes every people happy, and it is also hard to clarify between people who is productive and who is not. How can we differentiate them? That is our answer.
Thank you for making people happy. Goosebrain?
Yes, so thank you for the question. The concept of freeloaders derives from two main issues. One is the perceived value of people, and the second is the lack of opportunity. The first problem we have already eliminated through fostering a more global mindset in terms of education and career path through our education exchange system. Therefore, people are not valued on their income. The second problem we are addressing through allowing people to achieve self-realization through vocations and human service, also through our new Goose curriculum. Therefore, the people's lack of opportunity is addressed. The issue of freeloaders in our society, I believe, will not be a major issue. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer.
I would like to add something to that,
Oh,
please.
sure, you have time.
Yeah. So according to the scenario right now, the people of Aroc, the psychological needs are not met. They want honor and respect, and they can get that through work. But so our policy is like, first provide them with job opportunities and then ask them to work. If we just go on modifying the basic income system before providing them with any job opportunities, these 54% of Arab's population is unemployed. If we modify the basic income system, that population will end up starving. So we do not want that. That's why our first policy is first provide them with job opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the professors at this moment?
Oh, I have a few questions.
Yes, Professor, go ahead.
Yeah, so these are kind of maybe a little very specific questions compared to the ones that we've had before. So the first team for Okai, I'm wondering about your proposal to double the number of students being admitted by the AI institutions. I think that's how you put it. I suppose the problem you're trying to address here is the inequality of income, or the extreme inequality of income for people who are working for these, AI-based, I guess, corporations. Is your solution to double the number? Is that going to improve the situation or even aggravate it more?
May I just first start off with this question?
Sure.
Thank you for the question, Professor. But first of all, by doubling the number of students that can enter the AI institutions, we're trying to create a society that is less focused on title and less overheated on private education. And also, as we said, we are trying to not only by grading them with title policies, by making them enter the AI educational centers and also studying in there and grading by those educational institutions, we think that we can supply better developers for the society of era. So, and yeah, that is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And I should have said first how grateful I am to hear these presentations. They were very interesting and enlightening and made me actually think about some of these problems more seriously. So thank you, everyone. My second question is to Missing Semester. It's about basic income, right? So you're proposing to decrease basic income, I guess, substantially. Is that going to cause problems for sort of the weakest people, however you define it, the people who actually need the basic income in order to survive and pursue their dreams and happiness? What are your thoughts about that?
Firstly, thank you for your question. So yes, because we need financial support for our policies, and since the basic income portion of the government budget is too much, we want to reproportion it to other policies that can help Iraq citizens. And we decrease the basic income, as you said. But however, we also provide a system called modifiers, where if you study hard, if you study or work, then your modifier for the basic income increases to like 150%, 120% of the basic income. Therefore, if you have the will to study and you study hard, then you will be going to be able to sustain your life. However, we are very critical, and also we don't want too much freeloaders, as we want people to be productive and have a positive impact on society. So if they do not work, then they would just have the lowest modifier, which is still manageable in life. But as the basic income is already greater than the minimum cost of living, we want to reproportion it somehow. Yes. So we believe that we are not going to be very, very critical on the people's life if they study hard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the last team, I have a question about AI ethics. applaud that you thought about this very important issue. I think you may have not, maybe perhaps you're out of time, but to me, it seems like AI ethics can include a wider scope of problems rather than just focusing on the military or weaponized use of AI. So what are your thoughts?
So obviously our AI ethics policy was mainly included because we didn't see mention of it in the scenario, which I think actually maybe in 2071, there would already be some sort of AI ethics regulation, considering that we are already discussing these issues today. However, I think the main focus of many people in today's society is on military issues with AI. However, we also wanted to focus on private privacy issues with the use of AI and data, and that was also covered as part of our data tax regulation, which would, with our innovation of a software to monitor the data being taken by AI corporations, it would kind of monitor by the government, like how much private data is being collected by these corporations and protecting citizens' privacy as well. So AI obviously will be extremely developed in AROCs, in 2071 AROC. But I think it is not necessarily something we should be scared of, a future of a very developed AI. And instead it should kind of be complemented in order by people. It should complement people in order to create a better society. And therefore our regulation is in order to ensure that it remains complementary to people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm done with my questions.
Okay, now we will entertain a question from Goosebrain to Missing Semester. Hanbet.
Thank you. Thank you, Missing Semester, for your presentation. I have a question regarding Policy 9, in which you describe an annual policy-making conference with random mix of upper and lower class attendees. The requirement of elite class and the rest maintains that, would this entail that the division between the elite class and the race maintains even after implementing your policies, that your policies wouldn't be able to fully repair the societal rift? And also, I'm concerned whether this policy might have potential to actually aggravate the existing divide, not mend it. How would you address this problem?
Okay, firstly, thank you very much for your question. So what we need to do, so we proposed that policy as I thought that it was necessary for us to actually recognize the divide, and we can't just hide that there exists an invisible separation of elite and non-elite class just because we want to be happy. Like, we need to understand that there is a societal problem, and thus we suggested this gathering. And we wanted to understand our differences and understand the position of each sides. And also, this policy wouldn't be permanent. This policies, like after implementation, after like 5 or 10 years, after all of our policies have been implemented successfully, then this gathering might not be useful, as there is now no distinction between the elite and the non-elite class. So we believe that our policy also doesn't last too long. We believe that the separation alleviates further as our policy are implemented in more depth, after we get more finances through some of our earlier policies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the answer. Do the professors have any question at this moment? Okay. Now it's time for Team Okai to ask their questions. It's directed at both teams, so Team Okai, be precise.
Thank you for giving chances to ask a question. We have similar questions to both teams about why do you want to make people work? We have a question for Goose Brain about your first policy, which is about limiting working hours. In Europe, 40% of the population work in non-AI fields. As written in the scenario, the important point here is that 40% are those who can live on basic income, but who choose to work for their self-realization. For them, their jobs are not a means of making money, but hobbies and happiness itself. The situation is very different from what you have suggested. Isn't it a violation of freedom to limit these people's working hours? Isn't it the nation limiting people's right for self-realization? And next, for missing semester, we have questions about your second policy, the no work, no pay policy. Why does your team think there should be more jobs? Wouldn't it be better if people were not under pressure to work and make money? Wouldn't it be better if the nation guarantees a living so that individuals can focus only on what makes them happy? That's it. That is my question for both teams.
Which team wants to go first?
I could address the question first.
Yeah, sure. Go on.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So first of all, we would like to clarify by saying that by reducing working hours, we're not trying to violate freedom. Rather, we're trying to expand the freedom. The purpose is to prevent excessive work culture, which is mostly concentrated on the AI sector, where the few select very talented individuals are overworking to drive the progress of the society. And our goal is to share that portion so that more people who are interested in working in the AI sector could be given jobs, and that less individuals will be overworked. Instead, more talented individuals can actually join a place in that their desired sector. Furthermore, we'd like to clarify that by reducing work hours, there's added benefit of increase in productivity, as many researches such as done by International Labor Organization shows. We do admit that initially the push needs to come from the government, and that it could be initially financially burdening for employers as they would need to cover more insurance and training of the new workers. However, in the long run, we do think that these economic benefits that comes from increase in productivity and creating more jobs would far outweigh the initial costs. So therefore, we believe that reducing working hours and promoting a more healthy and balanced work environment is very necessary given the status quo of Iraq. Right? Thank you for your question.
Thank you. I would like a small follow-up question. Sorry, missing semester. Goosebrain, where did you come up with the 30% number of the jobs that will be created when you limit the working hours? And look at the scenario again. I think the students were kind of depressed about their life because of so much load of title. The people who are working AI jobs, they're happy because of the money and prestige. So they don't want the working hours to be cut. And also do specify how the 30% comes up.
Just to clarify, I'm not sure what you mean 30%. We have never specified any set number of increased jobs. So can
it's
I
in
ask
your written policy.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay. So the title reforms and the overall education reforms are created to address the stress that students face in education. And by creating multiple pathways, thus we can create workers for the jobs that we're creating in different sectors, such as social media and in tourism and the human service sector. So students in education can feel less stressed by being able to have more access to jobs in the future, rather than competing for the very small percentage of jobs in the initial title system. Does that answer your question?
Not fully. What about the AI guys who are getting their working hours cut off, and They want to earn money. They're not tired and depressed.
The thing is that
Can I ask?
Sorry.
Oh, go.
Sorry, yes. So we want to make the system more fair for everyone. That's why we are introducing this new policy. We have given an example, for example, that there is a job that requires 2 persons to do the job, but there is 1 person doing it, and it's taking as much time as it can. So this is not fair for the other people who did not get the job because of that one individual. So we are, through this new policy, we are trying to make sure that the system is more fair for everyone. I hope that's answered your question.
Thank you for your answer. Now, moving on to missing semester, the question from Okai.
Before we move on, can we ask some additional questions to Goosebrain? Because
I'm sorry, because of the time, you can't ask that many questions. We can entertain 2 more questions. So you can reiterate your previous question to missing semester if you want right now in 30 seconds.
And we'll move on to questioning missing semester then. Can you answer our previous question?
Missing semester, do you want to entertain? No work, no pay?
So thank you for your question. And first of all, our team believes that education and acquisition of knowledge may seem like a really high value, but we believe that these in the long term are futile without the proper incentives. And incentives could be money, position, or interaction. And in the policy that you've questioned, we're focusing on the money part. From this solution, we expect that people would find an initiative and an incentive to work or study and be more proactive to labor. And I'm not sure if Team Okai really fully understood the proposal and the scenario, because in the scenario it's written that the citizens of Iraq are the people who are willing to work and they're seeking for labor. And as the government who's making the policies, it is our obligation to make and create policies accordingly. And also, plus, we are offering other paths for employment, such as capstone mentoring and lifelong learning institutes. And especially in the lifelong learning institutes, people can go into hobby classes, and the hobby could include arts, music, or maybe even gardening or anything that they want as a hobby. And that could also get linked to the labor part. And also, and if we wanted to force labor, we would have decreased the basic income more substantially. However, with the current decrease of the basic income, people can still sustain a life, a livable life. So we don't really think that our policy is really forcing people to do an unwanted labor. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any question from the professor? One last one.
Okay, maybe I can. Right. So yeah, I was very impressed by your all presentations. So maybe shall we start from Goosebrain? So you, for your ideological settings, you mentioned about egalitarianism and humanism and globalization, right? So UBI is typically seen as an egalitarian ideal, but pursuing a policy toward pro-globalization, and you also mentioned about luxurious tourism and more engagement from private sectors. Actually, they're normally underpinned by the neoliberal economics, which is quite contradictory to egalitarianism. So there's a little contradiction between in between your kind of ideological settings. So I'd like to hear on that briefly.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. So we would like to clarify that our egalitarian ideal focuses most on socially. We want to create a socially egalitarian society where intergenerational mobility is decreased as much as possible, so that people who are born from a relatively less privileged background still have potential to succeed as long as they put in the effort and they have talent. We do not aim to get rid of the culture of meritocracy entirely. We want to create a more open and less competitive society, but that doesn't mean that we wouldn't reward talented hardworking individuals. We actually do want to reward them, and we do want to keep those economic rewards, and we want more private firms flourishing so that it could benefit the society. But we want, at the same time, we want to maintain equal opportunities for everyone. So as long as those procedural fairness is guaranteed, we feel like those two ideals are actually not contradictory, but they could actually coexist and complement each other. Thank you.
Just to add, many of our current societies that we see today, modern developed societies, are actually...
Apologies, we're going overtime to keep it precise.
Okay, so there are many modern developed societies are not purely egalitarian or perhaps socialist or capitalistic, but rather they have various mixes or blends of policies in both directions. And I think this is the way that AROC can function the best in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think similar questions on your very philosophical position on happiness. So it seems you emphasize the importance of happiness, and I found you have a very strong sort of normative utilitarian view. Obviously, universe-based income is considered as a means for achieving maximizing utility and the pleasure in your society. So, but your UBI mechanism model, I mean, actually it will foster social solidarities and alleviate poverty and inequality, but at the same time, such kind of multiplications of well-being from richer people to the poor people actually might violate individual rights of the richer people, as money is redistributed from the rich people to the poor people. So this sort of utilitarian approach based on kind of maximizing the individual happiness actually permits infringing individual rights. So how would you respond to that? To make it simple, where is the happiness of the richer people?
Okay, did you understand the question?
Yes, okay.
Okay, you have 90 seconds, go.
Firstly, 5% people are those who wanted to really work and express their ability. So we made various systems in order to improve those people's ability to learn how to do codings or programming or etc. By that way, it'll make self-realization possibility of the rich people or elite people available, and also they will have a confidence that they have made their country's wealth. 5% of people are recruited by the government because they can make the most efficient, the best efficiency. By the 5% of people, the country's wealth is created, and by their ability, every population of the nation will be made happy. So in addition to their high income, they will feel satisfied about self-realization also.
Thank you, Okai. To stay on timeline, we now move towards the end of the debate where each team will present their conclusions. Since each of you presented a different perspective, do share what AROC will look like if these policies are implemented in the next 50 years. So the conclusion will be done in reverse order. So Goosebrain, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I think we had many more questions to ask to the other teams, but I guess we must move forward. So the AROC created in Goosebrain's future with our policies will be one of equality for everyone. That is our key value, egalitarianism. However, we are promoting this through providing equal opportunities. That is our key focus. For example, in education, we have created an opportunity for everyone to receive equal education through the public system and more opportunities for them to choose their own path and find self-realization through finding something they actually want to do. Then we have created new sectors of the job market to find work for these people who have trained in certain vocational fields. And we have created policies for corporate management to ensure that the existing AI corporations become less elitist and separate from the rest of the AROC population. So overall, our AROC will be created as an equal society through our policies which work in conjunction to finance each other, become self-sustaining, and promote a better future for all citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to team missing semester.
All right. So when we were first given these scenarios and had to come up with our policies to mitigate the issues within AROC, our team's main concern was to find the most appropriate method to balance people's freedoms and the overall well-being of the community. We had to find the appropriate methods to ensure diversity, provide opportunities, reduce social gap, yet maintain international competitiveness and promote harmony within AROC. AROC currently faces 5 problems: title and basic income orientation, malformed distribution of the national budget, a lack of student relief plans, job monopolization, and a nepotist society. These are problems that must be solved, but we do not believe that attacking a certain member or group of our society or forcing a radical policy is the answer. Instead, we strongly believe that harmony within AROC can only be achievable through constant civilian participation in governmental affairs and policies, through interchange between the citizens regardless of their socioeconomic status, and by providing a set of opportunities so that people can constantly study, challenge themselves, and be employed. For this, we have created several policies and 3 platforms. The policies are divided into 6 parts: a fiscal adjustment, lifelong learning, capstone project, no work, no pay, expediting exchange, and occupation creation. And our 3 solutions and our 3 platforms are lifelong learning platforms, capstone project platforms, and hackathon platform. AROC with missing semesters policies is a society that fosters people's people's potentials and understands the differences between the citizens. We hope that our set of core values, objectives, and policies were enough to persuade the judges and other participants. On behalf of our team, I would like to thank the judges, MCs, and participants from OKAI and Goosebrain for making the finals a memorable experience. Thank you.
Thank you, missing semester, for your concluding remarks. Team Okai?
Okay, the previous era was certainly an advanced country. There were no other countries to catch up with Iraq. However, it was also clear that Iraq was not a happy country. Most apparently, its level of layer polarization was very irreversible. There was a huge gap between working and non-working population. Also, its severe AI-based industrial distribution made the country highly risky. To solve these and the consequent problems, we, the team of KAI, had proposed creative, but at the same time realistic policies and products, and have actively discussed with all you guys. And to be honest, when we first received the scenario from this conference, we actually thought that the story was quite too extreme and too unrealistic. However, the more we came to think about it, the more we found out that this will be the exact scenario that we will face if no enough discussions are made along with the technology's fast development. In today's real world, Artificial intelligence is growing at a tremendous speed, but honestly, is enough social discussions being made? Are public admitting this change and looking directly into the future? I'm scared to say no. It's a pity, but this kind of reaction is somehow very natural because we are all made to feel afraid about what we don't know well. Hundreds of years ago, when machines like refrigerators and washing machines were developed, people were afraid that these machines are going to invade human jobs and threaten human beings. So the people destroyed the machines and strongly protested. This event is called Luddite movement, and all you would have heard about it. However, had refrigerators and washing machines threatened us? No. Machines have replaced the jobs which had been done by servants, and thanks to the machines, people were enabled to enjoy more diverse and meaningful jobs in that time. Today, we are facing the exact same situation. AI is fastly developing and is starting to enter the realm of our lives. Of course, it can be very unfamiliar and very frightening at first. However, this is a change to necessarily happen. Thus, rather than being afraid and trying to ignore the upcoming change, let's admit it, look straight at the reality, and start preparing to make it a better future. Only if we deeply think about it and actively discuss it and meticulously prepare for it can we reduce trial and error and bring about the right future. So, in that sense, we highly appreciate this conference for giving us an opportunity to seriously think about our future. And while participating in this conference, we have considered numerous variables and have seriously discussed about what would the ideal society look like. More than thinking about AI, we could also think about the essence of education, humanity, or job, and the reason for the existence of a state. Finally, we would like to wrap up our closing remark by saying thank you to all those who held this conference and to the professors and our colleagues who gave us such a great insight and inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Mukai, for the concluding remarks. This brings us to the end of today's session. It's not only Iraq facing the mentioned challenges like unemployment, lack of self-realization, and the class polarization, but also our current reality. We hope that we can solve these problems that arise in the future, and we are as ready as ever. I would like to appreciate the participation of the respected professors and the students who took part in the semis and the finals. Although we couldn't entertain all of the questions, but I love the quality of the debate, especially the insights from the professors. I hope that this debate, everyone hopefully enjoyed, and the whole process of devising policies will make you into future innovators and leaders. So with that, I now declare the debate officially closed. They hear me in Zoom? Okay, I have an announcement for everyone. You have 10 minutes to submit the peer evaluation, and also for the distinguished professors, 10 minutes to submit the evaluation of the teams. And also for peer evaluation, it should be one per team. Yeah, so send only one per team. Thank you, and may the best team win.